The Met Office has raised the threat levels of 1,200-mile-wide Storm Dennis that is on the path to Britain this weekend, with winds and rain set to cause fast-flowing floods and transport chaos. It would be more worrying if it was called something other than Dennis. I mean, at least... okay, so it's better than the last one, which was called Cialis, which I do believe is a bedroom performance medicine.
Disgusting.
The storm was dubbed Dennis the Menace by a press that, it must have thought about that for at least seconds before hugging themselves in celebration of their genius and going out for lunch. Dennis the Menace. That sounds like a day's work to me, don't it? The storm is going to be here on Saturday and Sunday. Typical. Isn't that just typical? You struggle through all week, being a good boy, and then you want some relaxation at the weekend, and do you get it?
No.
Of course not. The storm's going to be here at the weekend, just as parts of the country are up to their eyeballs in moist caused by Storm Ciara. People are still squeezing seawater out of their bobblats. And along comes another wave. Storm Dennis is going to come from over the Atlantic on a wind, just like you know who.
I know a lot about wind. I know a lot about wind.
Scotland on Sunday could get winds of 60 miles an hour. And some areas are getting more than 100 millimetres of rain, whatever that is. Well, I know what it is. You multiply by 5 and divide by 9 and add 32 to get feet. So 100 times 5 is 500. That's easy. Even I can do that. Divide by 9 is about 60. Add 32 is 92. There's going to be 92 feet of rain in Glasgow on Saturday. Can you believe that?
Yes.
Actually, that is believable. I'll check. I'll check if you like. One moment, please, while I try to make this phone open with my fingerprint, which it doesn't do anymore. It's me, you idiot. Right then. Raining tonight and raining... This is Glasgow. Raining tonight and raining tomorrow, and raining on Sunday, and raining on Monday, and raining on Tuesday, and raining on Wednesday, and raining on Thursday, and raining on Friday, and raining on Saturday, and raining on Sunday, and raining on next Monday, and raining Tuesday, and raining on Wednesday, and raining on Thursday. Well, there you are, you see. Every day for the rest of your lives. Scotland on Saturday and Sunday could get winds of over 60 miles an hour. Some areas getting 100 mil of rain, or 62 feet. I just worked it out for you. Severe amber weather warnings have already been issued for parts of the UK this weekend.
Warning, warning.
And just like amber traffic lights, amber warnings mean drive faster before it goes red. And if it goes red, then you can stop if you're a liberal lefty snowflake. There's amber warnings for rain in southwest England and southern Wales and northwest England and southeast England, which sounds like everywhere to me. Everywhere, apart from the northwest. Not you. Chief meteorologist Paul said another spell of very wet and windy... He was drunk at the time. He said another spell of very wet and windy weather is... Oh, he didn't say that, did he? Come on, Paul, make it a bit easier. Another spell of very wet and windy weather. Well, you try it.
Me?
Am I talking to you?
I don't know.
Well, no one else is here. Another... Where was I? Oh, yeah, with Paul. Trying to sober him up. And he said another spell of very wet and windy weather is expected for Saturday. Disruption is likely. Well, of course it is. It's the weekend. There's always disruption at the weekend. The trains are cancelled for your convenience. You know, we're still getting over Storm Ciara that left more than 20,000 homes without power and residents unable to upload pictures of their face to the internet. Can you imagine?
Dreadful.
Weather maps predict Storm Dennis will bring massive waves, strong gusts of over 60 miles an hour and heavy rain on the already saturated ground. Basically, we're all going to die. And it will play havoc with our hair.
Oh, no.
Boris Johnson will continue to look just the way he does. Ain't that right, Boris?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Would you like to know the long-range weather forecast?
No.
Outlook for Sunday to Tuesday. Storm Dennis bringing further wet and windy weather on Sunday. Again with the wet and windy weather. Oh, my lips are aching. Turning colder next week with the sunny spells and blustery showers. The heaviest and most frequent in the north and the west. Why does it always rain on me? The UK outlook for the rest of this month, which last time I looked was February. Unsettled conditions next week with spells of rain, hail and thunder also possible. Thunder, lightning, very, very frightening me. Some winteriness over northern hills, and scattered weather will be short-lived. Settled weather will be short, not scattered weather, because that makes no sense at all. Settled weather. And the outlook for the first 2 weeks of March. Aren't you curious? More unsettled weather, the heaviest rain and the strongest winds expected to be in the northwest. That's you, Glasgow, raining again. More generally settled throughout the UK in early March, with more prolonged dry spells, particularly in the southeast. Temperatures are expected to stay above average. Dry and above average? We'll take it! Meanwhile, scientists from Brazil say that temperatures in the Antarctic have surpassed 20.7 degrees Celsius, 68 Fahrenheit. That's for the first time ever. This is in Antarctica, wherever that is. This reflects a broader trend throughout the rest of the region, which has warmed by 3°C over the past 50 years. This is according to the WMO, the World Meteorological Organization. I better got that right. See? Not completely stupid. A person said, we are seeing this warming trend in many of the sites that we are monitoring, but we have never seen anything like this, says Carlos, who is one of the scientists who worked on the base in Antarctica, who's taken these measurements. This news also caught the attention of climate activist Greta Thunberg, who tweeted about the record temperature and got the usual, get back to school, you snowflake, response from a caring social media. If you want to know what people are actually like, just look at what people write on social media. Just look at the comment section below a story on the Daily Mail. Doesn't matter what story, any story. That's what people are like. People are not like what you see in the streets, because they are containing themselves, the people in public. They would like to lash out and thrash to death anybody that gets in their way. If they had forward-mounted machine guns on their hatchbacks, nobody would be alive right now. That's what people are actually like. This thin veneer of civilization that we coat ourselves with every time we walk out of our home, that's not us at all. Inside, we're a boiling rage. Sweltering temperatures in Antarctica mirror revelations that January was the hottest month on record everywhere. As in all over the globe, or flat disk surrounded by an ice wall, if you're one of those people. Hard to believe that they still exist. Flat earthers. I mean, you see them talk and you think, you're just kidding, right? They're not. They're deadly serious. Flat earther. And as a nation, by the way, we've decided to follow those people. Just whoever shouts the loudest. Sweltering temperatures in Antarctica mirror revelations that January, the hottest month on record across the globe. And I know what you're thinking, but I went out and it was cold. So there. According to the National Ocean and Atmospheric Administration, blimey, you wouldn't want to work as a receptionist for that lot, would you? Hello, National Ocean and Atmospheric Administration, how may I direct your call? God, you'd quit that morning. They said last month was the warmest January in 141 years of climate records. And when Donald Trump hears that the National Ocean and Atmospheric Administration is part of the American government, they'll all get fired in the morning. I'd like to hear him try and say National Ocean and Atmospheric Administration. His teeth would fly out of his mouth and cannon off the teleprompter. What you gluing them in with, Donny? Is it the same stuff you use on your hair?
Oh, shut up!
Record temperatures were found in a range of countries across the globe, including, but not limited to, Scandinavia, Asia, the Indian Ocean, Central and Western Pacific, the Atlantic, Central and South America. which are not all countries, I understand that, but I do believe that that is everywhere, I think. That includes everywhere. Get me a map. Do we have a map? No. That is a no. Nobody has maps anymore. We've got apps, not maps. You know, when the internet dies or GPS fails, as it most certainly will eventually, I mean, what else has man invented that has never crashed? It's just the internet, isn't it? Only that. Only the internet has, from the moment of its inception, continued to work perfectly. It's going to break one day, and then what? I predict riots in the streets in about, 2-3 seconds. Land and ocean surface temperature was also the highest on record at 2.05 degrees Fahrenheit, above the 20th century average. Everything's getting hotter. The Northern Hemisphere broke its January record with temperatures of 2.7 degrees above average. The Southern Hemisphere had temperatures 1.4 degrees above average. And I know what you're thinking. I don't care. Is that about right? It doesn't seem like much. 1.4. Is that all you got? As oceans and atmospheric temperatures warm, Antarctica has borne the brunt, especially Pine Island, which is its most vulnerable glacier, and is the single largest contributor to sea level rise of any ice stream in the world. I bet it's the first time you've ever heard of it. Since 2012, the glacier has been shedding 58 billion tons of ice a year. 58 billion tons a year. Which, fact fans, is a large amount. Unless you don't believe in science, in which case it's whatever you want it to be. We're all about feelings now, baby. Noah tweets, is Storm Dennis another dead cat by Dominic Cummings to distract people from the government chaos? Now, a dead cat is a euphemism for something distracting to put on the table to take people's minds off what you should actually be talking about. In the manner that if you, in a meeting, put a dead cat on the table, nobody would be talking about, future sales predictions. They would be talking about the dead cat. It's usually euphemistic, but, of course, in Dominic Cummings' case, it's an actual dead cat. Mary texts, the new Chancellor's name sounds like a guitarist in a rock band. Yngwie Malmsteen. Or, I can't think of enough of Thijs van Leer. Was Thijs van Leer the guitarist? I can't remember. But anyway, he was completely excellent in every regard.
Rock and roll!
Max says, have you heard about this true British patriot who was moaning about the queue at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport passport control? This was not the Brexit he was not voted for. This was not the Brexit he was not voted for. What does that mean?
He was on Twitter saying that because he was in a queue, it wasn't the Brexit he voted for.
Right, so he voted for Brexit
without the queue.
Right. Huh. Well, be careful what you wish for. You wait till he builds a wall. What were you in Amsterdam for?
Want to score some pot?
Darren says, when Trump in meetings about Iran, he talks about badgers, he asks people questions about them too. Okay. What does that mean?
I'll give up on that. Oh, no. Trump was talking about badgers recently.
No, he wasn't.
I'll find the story for you.
Badgers? What was he talking about badgers for?
I'll have details imminently.
Okay, maybe that's what's just floating above his head. It's a dyed badger. Now we know. And Francesca texts, you are 100% right about everything. Well done and fair play to you. Well, that is a good point. You are completely correct in every respect, Francesca. I can't argue with a single word. And Archie says, if ice melts, will it not just drip off the flat earth? Well, that is another good point. This is an educational program, isn't it?
No.
And this one says, we need Donald Trump to present the weather, as I'm sure all this wet weather could be fake news. And we would be promised a heat wave. I have details about what the sea level rise could mean to all of us. Would you like to know more?
No, 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 no.
I'll take that as a yes. Global sea levels could rise as much as 10 feet if the Thwaites Glacier in West Antarctica collapses. 10 feet. Now, think of where the sea is now and where the various rivers that feed off it and into it. And just imagine it being 10 feet higher. Sea level rises threaten cities from Shanghai to London to low-lying swathes of Florida or Bangladesh and to entire nations such as the Maldives, which we've just allowed back into the dishonourable club of tax havens and crooked states that mostly make up the Commonwealth, just in time for it to ask for a lifeline or a flotation device. We could bung you a rubber ring, but that's our limit, the Maldives. Unless someone there wants to give Boris Johnson a freebie 15 grand holiday, in which case a blank government cheque is in the post. He's going to get away with that too. What would a sea level rise mean for us if it went up by 10 feet? If it went up by 6 feet, it may cause areas such as Hull, Peterborough, Portsmouth and parts of East London and the Thames estuary to become submerged. So no problems there, just as long as it doesn't affect Westfield Shopping Centre. The collapse of the glacier, this Thwaites Glacier in West Antarctica, which could begin within decades, could also submerge major cities such as New York and Sydney. Like those people haven't suffered enough. Parts of New Orleans and Houston and Miami in the south of the US would also be particularly hard hit. Miami. Isn't that where the screaming meme is Mar-a-Lago is? That low-lying megalomaniac's country club? That would be tragic if that went under, wouldn't it? Still, I'm sure Donny's got a strategy.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
In the UK, a 2-metre rise, that's 6'5" by 2040, which sounds like that sounds like science fiction. It's so far ahead of time. But it's 2020 now. Can you believe that? I do actually find it quite hard to believe it's 2020. Write it down and look at it. Doesn't that look like the future? By 2040, if the sea level goes up by 6'5", we could see, which is, as tall as a tall person, we could see large parts of Kent completely submerged. This is according to the results of a paper published by experts. Areas on the south coast like Portsmouth, as well as Cambridge and Peterborough, could also be heavily affected. Cities and towns around the Humber estuary, such as Hull, Scunthorpe and Grimsby, would also experience intense flooding. Nothing serious, just complete devastation, that's all. Still, it's a price worth paying to yell at climate activists and call them a bunch of snowflakes and uncooperative crusties who should all be locked up. Our ignorance, our denial of the facts and absolute refusal to do anything to stop all this will protect us. Do you have your swimming proficiency test? Various newspapers report President Trump apparently spent his first few months in office preoccupied with questions about badgers. So claims a new book, Sinking in the Swamp, How Trump's Minions and Misfits Poisoned Washington, by Daily Beast reporters Lachlan Markey and Asawin Subsang. It seems that Reince Priebus, they really are packing in the weird names, aren't they? Reince Priebus, former White House Chief of Staff who hails from Wisconsin, the Badger State, was often questioned about badgers by the president at seemingly random occasions. He is out of his mind, isn't he?
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
An extract of the book, as quoted by Business Insider, reads, "Are they mean to people?" Trump at least twice asked Priebus in the opening months of his presidency. Or are they friendly creatures? The president would also ask if Priebus had any photos of badgers he could show him. And if Priebus... Is your mind going where my mind is?
And it's a disgrace. It's frankly a real disgrace. It's a disgrace.
Yeah. The president would also ask Priebus if he had any photos of badgers that he could show him. And if Priebus could carefully explain to him how badgers work exactly. And that'll be the topic for the rest of this hour after the news. How do badgers work exactly?
Calls flashing up on the indicator.
First call, Swansea. Hello, Noah.
Hello, Nicholas.
Noah.
Yeah, well, I gather Trump has never read or seen The Animals of Farthing Wood.
Well, I think you can assume he's never read anything.
Well, he must have read the books he wrote.
No, he didn't write those books. He sat there and was interviewed by a ghostwriter, and the ghostwriter wrote the books.
Well, we'll never know.
No, I do. We do know.
Well, I want to talk about Dominic Cummings, if that's possible.
Yeah, I mean, here's the evidence. Donald Trump can't even write his own signature. That squiggle, that doesn't. What does that say? It looks like a series of mountain peaks.
Well, when you earn as much money as he does, you can get other people to do your signatures for you.
And by earn as much money, do you mean have Daddy give you $420 million?
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
Is that what you mean by earn?
Well, he earns his own money as well as what he's...
Oh, yeah, sure he does. That's why he's keen to release his tax returns, because, he wants to boast about that, just like everything else.
Would you release your tax returns?
Of course, if I was the President of the United States of America. So would he. If he was actually as rich as he says he is, he would not only release his tax returns, he'd take adverts out in every newspaper published on Earth to print them.
Well, he may do that at some stage.
Yeah, sure he will, yeah.
But Dominic Cummings, people are, complaining that, he's the power behind the throne, he's a dictator, he's the real Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, then I'm glad that a grown-up is finally in charge of the country again.
Really? What,
yes.
as opposed to Theresa May wasn't a grown-up?
Or the blonde buffoon with ADHD, or Jimmy Cranky, or the senile old Marxist.
Right. He seems to be a character that rubs people up the wrong way. The reason I don't like him, just on sight, is the way he affects to dress. He only dresses like that, I suspect, because it's a show of power. Everybody else that goes into Number 10 has got their hair parted just so, apart from Boris Johnson, who's the comedy clown act at the front. So he's got his own house style. That's the way he presents himself to the world. He ruffles himself before exiting his home. But Dominic Cummings dresses like that in order to project his power. I don't have to make an effort because I'm the man.
Well, hopefully, if the rumours are true, he is the man.
Why hopefully? Why are you so keen?
Well, I don't really like Boris, and I don't really like the people in Parliament, so it makes a change to have someone who's a human being running things.
He seems less like a human being and more like an automaton.
Affirmative.
Well, they had an automaton run California, and that went into the toilet.
Well, no, he played an automaton, but Dominic Cummings actually looks like one. He does look like... I'll tell you who he looks like. It's a cartoon character with a giant head. What was his name?
Is he the one from Futurama?
No, I don't watch. Well, I don't watch the thing that I'm trying to remember either. It's not. Well, the one that I can remember the name of that he reminds me of is Dr. Evil from Austin Powers. So that's what I should be calling him from now on, Dr. Evil. Megamind. Yeah. That's it, Megamind. Isn't that a character with a giant head out of the cartoons? Megamind.
I think so.
Get Walt Disney on the phone and he'll explain it to us. Yes.
Yeah, if you can find his head.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Noah. You're making a lot of sense. Harge texts, Cummings is more of a Dennis the Menace than Storm Dennis. The former, I feel, will be more devastating. Well, there's been a lot in the news from all sides about the worrying state of politics on both sides of the pond. because we are meekly following in the manner of Donald Trump here, which everybody should be very, very concerned about, and a lot of people are. I'll get to that because there's so much information, but I do want to talk about me because I'm very, very sick. Not that but you know me, I never complain.
Stop whining.
But I'll talk about that in a minute. I've had an alarming occurrence, which ties into something that we were talking about last week as well. Something that somebody, I think they tweeted it in, trying to discomfort us, actually happened to me. I'll get to that in a minute. Wallington, hello, Alfie.
Hello, mate.
Alfie.
Oh, yeah, I just want to talk about the animal, right? Yeah, you said everybody's supposed to talk about.
Yes, badgers.
Right. Exactly, right. It's a nocturnal animal, right?
Okay.
Yeah, as a stranger,
right.
I think it's got relevance to Trump and over to our man, old Bojo.
Right.
I think they are trying to take over the world. We are being attacked by all of the badgers.
Okay, good work. Thanks a lot, Alfie. It sounds very much like a listener with material.
Warning, warning.
James says Greta Thunberg should get back to school. The amount of times she's been told, you'd think she'd learn. Is she learning?
No.
Maurice says, you keep going on about global warming, but how do you explain that it's been freezing here all week in Cosley? It's not as if we're in outer Mongolia. We're only in the West Midlands, and Pine Island sounds like a made-up place. Well, that is true. Matt says, the whole show podcast repeats for me as well. I thought it was just me. A stern word is needed with your work lackey. Oi!
It's not my fault.
Well, whose fault is it?
The internet.
Get the internet in here now. It's got a lot of explaining to do. Len says, if it's getting warmer, why is my central gas bill going through the roof? Oh, it's probably the European Union, Len. You remember the European Union, don't you? No! Yes, that's them. Interfering in our business. Red Flag tweets, badgers build underground tunnels with separate compartments. One compartment is a WC. Rubbish. Is that true? Actually, that sounds like something that could be true. All those WCs are now free as part of a part of national policy. They used to be 50p. 50p to go to the toilet? Now they're free. I went to the, I went into the toilet. I did, well, I suppose that is accurate. I went to the toilet in Victoria Station. Can you believe that?
Disgusting.
But I went into the toilet before I went to the toilet. Because I'm a good boy, I am. And, it is like a palace in there. I wanted to move in. Good Shepherdess says, Storm Dennis is what we call a gentle breeze down here in southwest Wales. Snorkels and flippers are standard attire, and our sheep have developed webbed feet, and so have our badgers. Kath says, do you think that Donny has mixed up badgers and beavers? No, I don't think that, Kath. Mick tweets, a child born this year will see the year 3000 at the age of 80. I hope your mind is suitably blown. Well, it would be, Mick, if that was statistically accurate. I think you're out by some way there. Even I know that. Chrissy says, the podcast may repeat sections if there is a break in the data stream. Data is sent in sections known as data packets. A packet is made up of data bits. A start bit, data bit, and stop bit. There is also an error bit, and if an error is detected, then that data packet or section will be resent, causing a repeat of that section, either partly or fully. Did you get that?
No.
Good effort, Chrissy, but nobody has any idea what you're talking about. See, not my fault. It is your fault. That Chrissy has got no idea what he or she sexist.
That sounds a lot like
He's on about
what the clever people say.
Yeah, exactly. They've got no clue. Just making this stuff up. I do want to talk about our new dictatorship, because it is alarming. But first, there's a call in Wallington. Hello, John.
Hello, Nick.
John.
Yeah, I want to make a very serious prediction about Donald Trump if he gets another 4 years.
Yes.
You know, you play that clip, I will bring us into war.
Yeah.
I believe he will do exactly that.
I think that I think he'll do it as a distraction if it looks like there's some outside chance he might lose the next election.
I don't think there's any chance he'll lose it. But the reason why I say that is because I think there's going to be a very concerted effort from Russia and China to use their proxies, Iran and North Korea, to push America out of the Middle East and out of the South China Sea. And that's what will trigger it. Iran will be destroyed, North Korea will be destroyed, and China will eat the dust.
China will
We will fight Armageddon and we will win it. under President Trump.
Right, so we're going... Okay, well, that sounds great. We're going to win. But there'll be, 50, 60 million dead tops?
Well, they certainly ain't going to win it. Because they'll start it, believe me.
Global thermonuclear war has no winners, John.
I know that. So we'll put it this way, we're not going to lose.
Yes,
so if they want to throw their weight around, they're going to do it with the wrong president.
Right. See, I don't know whether I'm being trolled these days. I never know when anybody's being serious, because people come out with...
No, I'm serious. I'm serious. I study eschatology.
Oh, you study what?
Eschatology. It's just a fancy way of saying end time Bible prophecy.
Oh my God! Well, if only you said that at the beginning, I wouldn't have wasted the last 5 minutes listening to you. Bible prophecy. 034. There's 5 minutes I won't get back. Gone forever. That's my prophecy. But at least we won't lose. I mean, everybody will be dead, but we won't have lost. I say let's do it right now. Let's press the big red button. In fact, let's... I think we should dust off and nuke the entire site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Name that for...
Hi.
God, you're loud.
How are you doing?
Can you back off the phone a couple of feet?
I'm coming. Hang on a sec. Can you hear me now?
Way too clearly, yes. Just pull the phone away from your mouth.
Oh, okay. How about now?
No, I can still hear you.
Oh, now?
I can still hear you.
Any better?
You're getting louder. Go on. What's up, Alex?
I just wanted to tell you what the answer was to your film. The dialogue you were talking about.
Oh, yes.
It's aliens.
Is the correct answer. You win a major prize. Major prize is not available.
Love it.
All right, thanks a lot, Alex. Yeah, like many of our callers, they mostly come out at night. Mostly. So anyway, I'm very, very ill.
Stop whining.
Somebody tweeted in last week, we were talking about, now, some of you may not like this, so put your fingers in your ears and hum loudly to yourself for the next 5 seconds. We were talking about spiders. Yeah, and somebody tweeted in the misinformation that we inhale, I think, about 64 pounds of spiders a year, something like that. I don't know precisely what number it is, but, numbers mean nothing anymore. I mean, it's not like numbers are, like mathematics is a precise science. It's more about feelings now, baby. This is last night. So last night I woke with a start and thought, I've just breathed in a foreign body. Oh, no. Through my nostril. One of my face holes. God, it was awful. I definitely breathed something in. And then for hours, I barely got no sleep at all last night. For hours, I thought it's like setting up home in the back of my throat, climbing up into my skull, and is now residing in one of the folds of my brain. And you get this, if you've ever eaten mistakenly, if you've ever, had the misfortune to have an insect up your mouth, they taste vile. How do birds put up with that? Awful. You'd want to just keep your wings by your side and throw yourself off the top of a tree if every morning you had to wake up and eat 10 tons of those things. God, awful, wouldn't it? And it's amazing that they are cheerful enough to, sing us a song. I can taste it now, and I just feel like I'm all bugged up. I do think that there's something very, very seriously wrong with me. But as I said, you know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
So I swallowed a fly, I think. I don't know why I swallowed a fly. Perhaps I'll die. And so I looked up on the NHS website, and it says what you have to do is swallow a spider to catch the fly, and then swallow a bird to catch the spider, and swallow a cat to catch the bird, and swallow a dog to catch the cat, and then swallow a goat to catch the dog, which I don't really understand. Why would a goat catch a dog? And then it gets really weird. You swallow a cow to catch the goat. So I swallowed the goat to catch the dog, and I swallowed the dog to catch the cat, and swallowed the cat to catch the bird, and swallowed the bird to catch the spider, and swallowed the spider to catch the fly. But not to worry, a fly, spider, bird, cat, dog, goat and cow is the snack I can eat between meals without ruining my appetite. But not a horse. I couldn't eat a horse. That would kill me. I feel like I want to, snort Dettol or just sluice my brain out, because there's something definitely is seriously wrong with me. Either that or got the mad bat disease. God, it's very quiet in the West End. And normally you go past that row of restaurants in Leicester Square, and they're rammed at this, Friday, Saturday night, because it's pleasant out, pleasant-ish. Hang on and cough. But there's nobody there. There's no one there. It's like a ghost town. Everybody's freaking out. Yeah, with good reason. Although people that say that they've had it that didn't actually die from it, they said it's no big deal. It's no big thing. It's just a little bit of a sniffle. I mean, it's not like you've got a spider residing in your head, is it? But I'll be like one of those people that you see on the news. Or the and finally story. Doctors remove giant spider's nest of thousands of individuals from some bloke's head where they've been feasting on his brain. It's nothing serious. It's just that spiders are eating my brain. That's all. Lucas texts, flat earthers also believe that gravity doesn't exist and that the Earth is the centre of the universe. Even the church is more open to new ideas than flat earthers. Did you see that they're going to have a publicly funded Roman Catholic primary school? Now, there's so much in there to object about, but can you imagine if I said, right, I'm going to, which is, restricted to those of that faith. But if I said I'm going to open a sandwich shop that only serves people who are Roman Catholic, do you think that would be okay? Or I'm going to run a bus service which is only available to those who believe in a certain religion. You have to believe in an invisible space wizard to board this bus. No, it wouldn't be okay. But schools, fine. The whole world's gone insane. Tony tweets, the central gas bill from that bloke who was whining earlier could be going through the roof because it's not properly insulated. That's a very sensible suggestion. And doesn't really fit in with what we've got going here, Tony. You sure you're listening to the right show? Chris texts, people who moaned about unelected people running Europe, even though they were, seem okay that Cummings bloke running the country idiots. They weren't unelected people running Europe. For crying out loud, how many times do you have to be told? Nobody's on receive anymore, everybody's just on send. They made their minds up based on no information of any kind whatsoever about 4 years ago when this mess started. It was brought upon us by a certain numpty.
I think this is nonsense.
Who we're still not missing. But we will know where to find if we do, because he'll be in the shed where they keep the tools. They're not unelected. This country is undemocratic. We've got an unelected man who appears to be running the country, who answers to, and probably doesn't answer to an unelected head of state. He'd probably give Her Majesty the finger. Sounds a slinger rook. And is overseen in a loose manner by an unelected upper house. What's democratic about that? Whereas the European Union is a rainbow coalition of like minds who sit around a big table and get along just fine, all of whom are either directly elected or elected by the people that are directly elected. It is democratic, much more so than we are. It's nonsense about we must take back our democracy. Take back our democracy and give it to a dictator. Yeah, great idea. An unelected dictator, as most of them actually are. Although the screaming Mimi in the White House seems to be an elected dictator.
Oh, shut up!
You know you are, Donny. And that's where we're going to. And there's plenty of evidence to that effect. And I'll lay the bad news on you after the new news, which is coming right up. Daniel says, Cummings is more like Mr. Mackey from South Park. Okay. Karen says, if the big red button is pressed, surely we need a man with big hands. So no worries there then. Gary says, if I have never been good at expressing my love on Valentine's Day, so this year I got my Valentine a tin of chickpeas. Last year I bought her a tin of beans so that she could go on a carry a bean cruise. Hey, Anna and Anushka. Must be you.
Thank you.
Ron texts, Bojo wants to ban petrol and diesel cars by 2035. Has he thought this through? Has he thought this through?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Of course not. Ron says, electric vehicles are road tax exempt, so how will the government make up the lost revenue in motoring taxes? Well, let me predict the future, shall I, Ron? It ain't going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It will not happen. Because what will be required to ban petrol and diesel cars, or the sale of them, I don't think they're going to ban them from being driven. That's not the plan now, anyway, I don't think. I think it's banning the sale of them by 2035, which sounds like way into the future, but it isn't. What would have to happen is a giant government infrastructure program, and we're really good at that. So that alone tells you that it's not going to happen. We can't do anything. Boris Johnson's banging on about he wants to build a bridge. What is that man? What is it with that man and bridges? He wants to build a bridge from Scotland to Northern Ireland. Arr. He couldn't even build a bridge over the Thames. So, yeah, forget about that. It's just not going to happen. When did this country ever do a major infrastructure project that was a success? Name me one time, I double dare you, that was either on time or on budget or both. I'll relieve you of the tension. It's never happened. Not now, not ever, never. Wants to ban petrol and diesel cars by 2035. It's just a bunch of, it's another I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, sure you will. Gary says, just seen 2 badgers in our garden. I wish you could send this to Trump. He probably thinks that they are skunks. Okay, it sounds as though that has some sort of hidden meaning, which is lost on me, like most of the rest of this show. Have I mentioned that I'm in great pain?
Stop whining.
0345 6060 973. Erith, Steve.
Hello, mate.
Steve.
I last week my phone ran out of battery, but I went in a charity shop and picked up a Cockney slang book, opened it up, and the first thing I saw was Donald Trump.
That seems unusual.
Yeah, well, it says bowel movement in brackets.
Okay, I think I got it. All right, I got it, Steve. I think that's all we need to hear for that one, isn't it? Cockney rhyming slang. Let's have Oldbury, Ranjit.
Hi, mate. Okay.
Yes.
I've got a couple of theories I want to just run past you because I think you're very intelligent. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. You know, this regarding the Middle East, and America pulling out.
Yes.
I have a theory that there's plenty of oil in Venezuela. Yep. Under the ground there. There's more oil in Venezuela than there is in the Middle East.
Not sure about that.
But there's some kind of theories going around, and Venezuela is in crisis at the moment, and is ready for a takeover for a regime change, and Donny and his mates are always good at doing regime changes. And
Are they?
Well, they're not good, but they try it. They keep on doing it. They keep on doing it. Keep on messing around. So I'm thinking, are Russia and the Americans thinking, look, Russia will take over the Middle East and control that, keep all the oil and the gas there, and then Donny and his mates go further down south and take over South America, because you see all those bushfires they were starting and saying we've got no industry and this, that and the other, was trying to bend everybody over a barrel, over the world, and say we're going to get rid of the Amazon rainforest or we'll bring some investment in. And what do you think? Do you think it's a far-fetched theory?
Let me think about that. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And the other one, this Cummings bloke here, I seen him walking into Downing Street I think it was yesterday afternoon on the television.
Blown along the road like so much rubbish.
He might listen. He's got very powerful friends, though. If
he dresses like that, then he should be.
That's what I was going to say.
Right.
Now, the way he was dressed, right? I thought that's going to be somebody coming in to hand a petition in who's homeless.
Yeah.
Because that was the way he was dressed.
Right.
Now, if you think
it's a show of power, that's why he dresses like that. I don't have to make an effort because I'm so powerful.
Yeah, but then that other woman that was showing a bit of shoulder, look how much
grief
she had.
Exactly, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So this guy's walking with a plastic coffee cup, might be a recyclable one.
Yeah.
So I thought, who the hell is this dummy that's walking into there? And then people are saying to me, that's the geezer who is pulling the puppet strings.
Yeah, you want to say that under your breath, Ranjit, because pretty soon that kind of talk will get punishment.
Yeah, but what's he gonna do to me? Come on, I'm not afraid.
You'll get disappeared like a South American dictator, Ranjit. Don't worry about it.
No, but what I'm saying is history repeats itself,
Yeah, it does. It's repeating itself right now.
It is, and why is it only people like yourself or James O'Brien who are jumping up and down and trying to tell people, listen, mate, you know what, the wool's been put over your eyes, and you're still just thinking, come on and give me some more.
Yeah.
And this, this Sajid Javid, okay, I'm not convinced of what's going on, but he's probably done the honourable thing and walked out, but what's he thinking he's going to do in 10 years' time, or maybe 5 years' time?
I think he's made his money already. He'll be just fine.
Well,
Don't worry about it.
He was on, I think, £3 million a year when he was working for Deutsche Bank.
Right. And
why would you want to go, for status, right? But Boris has thrown him out like he's tissue at the moment, I think, and Boris is now a dictator, as like he's Uncle Donald.
Well, the parallels are alarming because America is a little further down this road than we are, and if we follow him all the way, then we're all in big trouble, Ranjit. You particularly, with your previously recorded comments about the dear leader.
Yeah, but that's fine. But the thing is, what's happened to Joe Public? Have they lost all moral fibre now? And,
no, only about 35% of them, and that's all that's required.
Yeah, and then what about the other 65? What's happened to them?
Well, they keep quiet because we are now being led by whoever shouts the loudest.
And you're shouting quite loudly, I think. And
not really.
I think if me and you disappear next week, this scruffy bloke that walked into Downing Street, is going to be the first man that they're going to interview. New Scotland Yard, whoever they are, pull him up and say, you've got rid of Nick Abbott and Ranjit.
Well, if we're in adjoining cells, Ranjit, we'll communicate by banging on the pipes in Morse code. What do you say? Start learning it right now. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. So Boris Johnson's New Look cabinet agreed to the Prime Minister's plans to introduce an Australian-style points-based immigration system at the start of 2021. But then they would have agreed to introducing a high jump test for immigrants, where if they couldn't hop over a 10-foot pole, no pole could get in. They'd agreed to anything, now that all independent thought has been banished, as per the Trump doctrine. We're all in Donald Trump's world now. He knows everything.
I know nothing.
And on the Australian points system thing, wasn't that introduced to increase the numbers of people emigrating to Australia? I believe it was. And it morphed from a desire to increase the population to providing workers for the economy to grow in Australia. Well, we need all the immigrants that we have at the moment because we have record employment. I mean, there's no getting around that. If we have no pool of unemployed labour to call on, then obviously we need everyone that is already here and a supply of new workers coming in for businesses to expand. You know, whatever promises a politician gives to reduce the numbers, you should take with a pinch of salt and a slice of lime and a slug of tequila.
Yowza.
I could do with a couple of pints of that right now, as a matter of fact. I mean, no amount of phony promises can get around the fact that immigrants are in work and we don't have the people to do that work if they stop coming. And the idea that Boris Johnson, who's always been for immigration, is now the man to stop immigration, well, if you believe that, I've got a lorry load of bat soup I'd like to sell you. And it was embarrassing. So the new faces were corralled for a photo opportunity in Downing Street this morning and rubber-stamped this proposed post-Brexit border control system, which the government's guaranteed will result in immigration going down. Which means that even if it goes up, they'll massage the numbers. But as you would expect, Number 10 was unable to say exactly when overall immigration numbers will start to fall under the new rules, or how much it would go down by, or what businesses that fund the Tory party are going to do when they don't have the workers to make the money that they give to the Tories. I mean, that's a tight little circle that even someone as slippery as Boris Johnson won't be able to get out of. A spokesman for the Prime Minister says the PM stressed that we must demonstrate that the UK is open and welcoming to talent from across the world, but the new system would end reliance on importing cheap, low-skilled labour, bringing down immigration numbers overall. Well, we've always been open to talent from across the world. But if we don't have cheap labour, we won't have cheap food and cheap products and cheap stuff in shops and everything else that we rely on. This spokesperson said the people's government expect to hear that a lot. The people's government. The people's government has to get on with delivering the people's priorities. And in the next few years, we must get on with our basic work. And you know what it is. The people's government. Well, some people will benefit, I suppose, but if you imagine that the Conservative Party has at its heart the best interests of the little people, not leprechauns, then I'd like to know what in the history of that party leads you to think that. I mean, he keeps on about representing the people. First opportunity he had, he increased the number of private schoolboys in the cabinet. You know, as though that demographic was underrepresented. 2/3 of the new cabinet were educated in fee-paying schools, which is saying that they were from well-off families. 65% of the cabinet was privately educated, compared to just 7% of, people. Half of them went to Oxford or Cambridge universities. They are the elite that Boris Johnson's supposedly railing against. And if you think that the Tories' cabinets have always been like that, that's that make-up, well, Theresa May's cabinet had less than half the number of privately educated old boys in it. Even David Cameron had less. I mean, it's another move out of the Trump playbook. Tell people you're doing one thing while doing the opposite. People won't notice, especially if you make it an us and them thing. Don't believe the dissenters, they're enemies of the people. That kind of thing. And then there was that weird moment, toe-curlingly embarrassing, that the new cabinet had to perform a call and response. I don't know whether it looked like a dictator establishing his authority or a bad pantomime. Hard to know which is worse. I mean, Bozo went into his comedy stand-up routine, and he's done it so many times now, just like Trump does. He said, "We're here to deliver for the people of this country who elected us to serve them." And he said, don't know how he said, wait. He said, "We're going to cut crime. We're going to cut homelessness. We're going to tackle waiting lists in our NHS. And how many hospitals are we going to build?" And the table said 40. He said, "How many more police officers are we recruiting?" And they said 20,000. He said, "How many more nurses will we recruit?" And they said 50,000. God, they must have all got a note. Here's your script. No independent thought required. And then they all saluted the flag and reported for group exercises in the People's Square under a giant portrait of the dear leader. Just pay attention to what he does, not what he says. Don't buy into that enemies of the people routine that Trump does about the press and the opposition and those who disagree with him. We're not America, but we seem to be well disposed to copying what they do. Jeans, rock, burgers, TV, films. I mean, all of that's fine, but not Trump. We don't need a wannabe strongman dictator. A serial philanderer, someone known to be a stranger to the truth with bad hair. Oh, wait, that's right. We've already got one.
Yeah.
Call Phil.
Hello, Nick. Good evening.
Phil.
Yes, I wanted to talk about Peterborough, but before I do, you're talking about 2040 seeing an unimaginable time in the future.
Yeah.
In the 70s, when I was at primary school, there was this sci-fi series where they had a moon base.
1999.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that was an unimaginable time in the future.
I know.
So there we are. Anyway, Peterborough, yes, I lived in Peterborough for about 30 years.
Ugh. I'm sorry, did that just pop out? You heard that? That was out loud, was it? Oh, I do apologise.
The funny thing, I now live at the seaside, and I'm probably 150 feet above sea level here, so I'm less likely to be flooded here than I was in Peterborough.
Are you on the edge of a cliff?
Well, it's very, very hilly, Teignmouth.
Right.
It's... I was at sea, very close to the river in Peterborough, but there's a speculative sci-fi series written by a guy who lives at Rutland Water. I don't know if you've heard of Rutland Water.
I've heard of Rutland TV.
Rutland Water is, I think it's Lincolnshire, is it, or Northamptonshire? Anyway, it's not far from Peterborough. And it's set in the very near future where Peterborough is completely flooded.
Yeah.
And the shopping centre that's in central Peterborough is a yacht haven. And so on and so forth.
Well, that sounds a delight. A considerable improvement, in fact.
Well, Peterborough was voted the worst place in Britain England to live.
Yes.
but I mean, in fairness to Peterborough, which is difficult to be fair to Peterborough, but to be fair to Peterborough, I don't suppose people have lived everywhere else in England. But the weird thing about Peterborough, I now live quite close to Exeter, and Exeter, I think it's got 5 theatres, 2 of which are funded by the council, 1 by the university. Peterborough struggles just to have 1 theatre.
5 theatres?
Yeah. Yeah, there's certainly 4 I can think of. There's the Northcott, which is run by the uni, the Phoenix, the Corn Exchange, and another one that are run by the council. And then there's a few sort of boutique cinemas, theatres, I suppose you could call them, converted.
Right, not cinemas, theatres.
Theatres, yeah.
Blimey, what do they show? Does anybody go?
Well, these stand-ups you get at Live the Apollo when they do
comics.
When they do their UK tours.
Well, that's cheating.
They'll do a night at one of those theatres. But we've seen the Proclaimers there.
Huh.
So
how far did you have to travel? 500 miles.
Boom, boom. But no, Peterborough has got as much. Well, Yogurt's got more culture than Peterborough.
I lived in Peterborough for 10 years one summer. God, it was excruciating.
10 years. When I lived there, I worked in London, and the best thing going for Peterborough was it was an hour from London.
Yeah, the bus service to out. Yeah. Actually, it wasn't Peterborough itself. It was a disused RAF base, relatively near, which I can't speak about because of Her Majesty's Top Secret Act.
Somewhere like Alconbury or Wittering or something like that.
Not those places.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, right. So you were that was in your days as a secret agent.
Exactly. It was a disused RAF base.
Right, okay. Well, I think both Wittering and Alconbury is long gone, but I think Wittering is where the jump jets were. I don't think that's there anymore.
No, there's nothing there. Disused. You're not hearing me? Hello?
Hello?
Is this thing on?
Well, actually,
are you receiving me?
Well, I grew up in the early 70s, because Peterborough was a new town, so we moved from a London slum to Peterborough.
Yeah.
And there was still a derelict aerodrome with air raid shelters and that sort of thing, fairly close to where the housing estate was.
Right, and what was it called?
I think it was just called Westwood Aerodrome.
Right, okay, not that.
And, it was an invitation for a little boy to play around the air raid shelters and all that sort of stuff.
Put that light out, there's a war on. That kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. The sort of thing that Nigel Farage says.
Okay. I had no idea. Put that light out, there's a war. Don't you know there's a war on? Really, that's the kind of thing that he says, is it? Right, all right. You couldn't wait to go. He's gone. It's a dream come true. Keith says, we'll be okay in the Midlands. Hope London floods first. Serves the all about themselves London cockneys for only protecting London with the most expensive flood defences. Rob says, in Europe, public charging stations for electric cars have increased charges per kilowatt hour by 500%. So to charge a car to do 300 miles costs about 60 quid, which is almost twice as much as a diesel to do 300 miles. That will happen here, and home electricity charges will increase for electricity used over a minimum amount. Plus, after 2022, all new cars sold have to be fitted with GPS tracker speed boxes, so you will pay for miles driven. I don't believe that. 60 quid to do 300 miles in an electric car? Nonsense. I don't know that that is not a fact, but that doesn't prevent me from being correct. And Dan says, will Boris Bridge be named the Bridge Over Troubled Water? Simon and Garfunkel could open it. Well, how about just Simon? 0345 6060 973. Hampton. Hello, Matthew.
Yeah, hi.
Good, thanks.
You okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, as I say, excellent show as usual.
Thanks.
As is Matt and James O'Brien and Steve and whatever.
Yeah. Other presenters are available, yeah.
Yeah, whoever's on. I'm getting sick to death of this.
Whoever's on? That's a bit indiscriminating. Undiscriminating, isn't it?
Well, you never know, do you? I mean, Sheila Fogarty or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Whoever's on, yeah.
Yeah, but to be honest with you...
whatever my name is.
This Brexit thing...
Malarkey.
Why on earth are people still talking about it. It's surely just move on now and get a grip.
I assume you're joking. Why are people still talking about it?
Yeah, well, we've had a referendum.
Yeah.
A general election.
Right, which wasn't another...
Which was a lot earlier than normal, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't mean that in a derogatory...
Yeah, but you're not one of those people that think that the previous general election is another vote to leave the European Union, are you?
I'm one who's a Tory, and, you know...
Right, so you agree with anything that Boris Johnson says?
I don't agree with everything he says.
Right. You agree with anything he says?
Same with Sadiq Khan. But yeah, no.
Why are people still going on about Brexit? Because it hasn't happened yet, Matthew, because it's going to affect all of our lives in a very deep and important way for as long as we live.
Well, obviously, you're against the Tories and Boris, aren't you?
Yeah, well, yes, almost certainly. But he hasn't actually done any. He hasn't actually done anything yet. But I am expecting to be disappointed.
Yeah, but look at the percentage.
What percentage?
The percentage that voted out.
The percentage that voted out. They overspent by 10%, won it by 2%.
They still won though, didn't they? Right.
I just think it's what's the word? It's not charming. It's I'll settle on charming. I think it's charming that a large percentage of the population think they've won something when they absolutely, certainly, and definitely have not. You've already lost. You just don't know it yet.
Trying to connect you. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Diana, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. You're in Surbiton, but you know that.
Yeah, I know that. If I don't know that, I must be a bit batty.
Yeah, do lally.
I was just going to say, all this flooding business, they stopped dredging the rivers and clearing out the ditches.
Really?
Yeah, that contributes towards it.
Well, yeah. All the shopping trolleys and the car tyres. Yeah.
Pardon?
The shopping trolleys and the car tyres and, dead bodies.
Yeah, and the environment agencies flogged them all off. And if you remember the Somerset levels, when they had terrific floods there about 3 or 4 years ago, they brought in dredgers from Holland.
Huh.
And they dredged all the rivers there and then.
Yeah.
And they haven't had any flooding since then.
Right.
No, see, if you don't get the mud out the rivers,
right.
Consequently, the mud will build up and build up and build up, and then you'll only have about 2 foot of water running.
Yeah, well, that makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, and apparently it was EU law to flog all them dredgers. How stupid can you get?
Nonsense.
Whoever obeyed that, what the flipping hell our government doing at the time to obey that?
Rubbish, Diana.
Yeah.
EU law to sell dredgers? Why on earth would they pass a law to sell dredgers?
Yeah, stupid.
No, I'm suggesting that that's not true.
So, well, it seems a bit, doesn't it? But at the end of the day...
It doesn't have to be true to if it's a fact, then it doesn't even have to be true, if it's a fact.
But if the dredgers was doing that work all them years, you know, I know we've always had flood, but not as much as what it is now. It's ridiculous, the flooding, isn't it?
Right, well, you can only dredge so much, Diana, but, with the climate change comes what we've got now.
Rubbish, climate change.
Oh, my God.
Absolutely rubbish.
Not another
I don't
one.
believe all that rubbish.
You've got to be kidding me, Diana.
When that young girl gets up and speaks... And
yeah.
Have you ever been to China? Or have you ever been to India? You can't even see the air there. It's that thick.
Oh, you can see the air.
With rubbish, with absolute,
But what's that got to do with it?
Well, I'm just saying what other countries are like. They're contributing towards...
So you're saying that there is climate change?
It's always been like that in
No,
China.
it hasn't.
Yes, it has in India.
No, it hasn't.
It's always been like that.
It hasn't. It hasn't always been like that.
But look at Australia with the fires, what they've had.
Yeah.
You can't say that's climate change.
You most certainly can say it's climate change.
People set fires deliberately there.
Yes, but they wouldn't be able to burn so much if the rains hadn't failed.
Well, you got your thoughts and I've got mine.
Well, I've got
But
thoughts.
at the end of the day, Nicky, you listen to me. They need to dredge the rivers.
Dredging the rivers, yeah. Got to get all that stuff out of there.
Yeah. You put it over on the air.
I certainly will do nothing of the sort, Diana.
Now you ring Boris up and tell him what I said.
Get Boris Johnson on the phone. Diana wants to pass on an idea or
He'll
two.
listen to you more than what he listens to
sure
me.
he will, yeah.
Because you're an icon, you are.
And here was me thinking you'd lost your mind. All right, thanks a lot, Diana. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Gaz texts, it has nothing to do with what you're talking about. It? What it? Oh, maybe I'll just read to the end and then it will all become clear. It has nothing to do with what you're talking about unless you mention your podcast before you read this. But you and Carol solved my problem this week. Archer the Labrador's eyes will be clear henceforth. Hey, Carol, we've actually done some good.
Oh, right, yeah.
No, that person has actually said that, we've solved the problem.
Oh, right, yeah.
Carol and me are doing a problem-solving podcast called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? Carol McGiffin, who is a funny person. Ain't that right, Carol? What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol is available wherever you get your podcasts from, particularly and especially on Global Player, which you should download from your favourite app store. It's got all of the stations that we do and just so many podcasts. If you go to the podcast section, you click on the magnifying glass symbol. That's the search area. Type my name in, Nick Abbott, and 3 will come up. You can listen to the whole show. You can listen to the best of the show, which is called The Nick Abbott Habit. And you can listen to the one that I do with Carol McGiffin called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? And I do believe they're getting funnier. It's probably due to the libation that Carol enjoys before coming in to do them.
Booze.
Something like that. 0345 6060 973. Here is, who's been waiting the longest? Chertsey. Tony.
Ah, good evening, Mr. Abbott.
Tony.
Good evening, Mr. Abbott.
Tony.
May I introduce... Tis me. May I introduce myself? After you have...
You're Tony.
Several times. Yeah, I am.
Oh, I said that like 6 times already.
I know. And I have tried to speak to you, Mr. Abbott.
You are speaking to me.
Noticed? Good. Well, can I just introduce myself?
You're Tony.
Yes, I am Tony, but there is something fairly important about me.
About you? I don't think there's anything important about you. What's important about you?
Be the judge when you hear it.
Right then.
Okay. I am from the future.
From the future?
Yes.
Right.
2050 to be precise.
Okay, well, prove it.
Where things are much different than they are here and now.
Yeah. Greta Thunberg is the President of the United States of America.
She is not. You wish to know who is?
Yeah, The Rock.
No, it's someone you do not know at the moment.
Well, no,
we're
wait a
not
minute.
alive in your time.
Oh, I bet he is. It'll be
You can't win this bet, Mr. Abbott.
Ted
I know.
Nugent. Ted Nugent is the President of the United States of America.
Rock and roll! No, wrong. You may be interested to hear what things are like now. In my time.
Well, I would imagine it would be a burning cinder.
Not at all. We have solved many problems that you have.
Yeah, sure you have.
Yeah. The most significant one, I think, was your use of fossil fuels. We no longer use fossil fuels at all. We have worked out how to use a thermonuclear fission. And this is a hugely beneficial source of energy to society.
Yeah, I doubt it. What about the burying of it? What about the cleaning up of it? How about wind?
I know a lot about wind.
There is no byproducts.
Of course there's byproducts.
No, there isn't.
Nuclear fission?
A cubic centimetre of what we call, what is deuterium, which is what fuels the reactor, completely converts to energy. So there's no...
So you just need a cubic centimetre
apart
of
from
delirium in order to...
Deuterium.
To power the planet.
You might call it delirium, but I wouldn't. It's deuterium.
Deuterium, yes.
That's it. That's the one. And because we have free energy...
Yeah, I've been hearing about this since I was a child. But when I was at school, they were talking about you'll only need a corner of a page of paper in order to light up the country for a week. All that nonsense. They've been banging on about that forever.
It's not nonsense at all. I think the earliest experiment was something called, in your country, called Zeta, Zero Energy Thermo something or other, and that was the start of the research that has gone on and has finally ended up with the reactor that we have in 2050.
Right, which runs on
extremely well.
Right, which runs on just a cubic centimetre of
water.
Yeah, a cubic centimetre of water.
Yeah.
Right. And all it produces is tedium.
No, energy. No, I think you're being unnecessary obtuse, Mr. Abbott. This is from the casts that I've heard of you.
You're right from the horse's mouth.
I
Sure.
just noticed who you were.
Mm-hmm.
So why have you reverted to something that you're not later on?
I've got no idea what you're talking about now, or before, as a matter of fact.
Well, never mind. If you come to my lecture, I've given a lecture.
Oh, absolutely. All right, thanks a lot, Tony. Anybody know what that was about?
No.
0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. If you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. So is nobody remotely interested that I've got a nest of spiders living in my brain? I can actually feel it. I inhaled an insect in my face hole last night, and then I just couldn't go to sleep for hours because I thought it's living back there now. It's fighting, and it sort of releases a poison or some sort of toxin when insects are attacked. But it didn't know that it had got into my nostril hole by accident because I was asleep and I inhaled it, which woke me up straight away. I thought, oh, God, what was that? Spider, fly, could have been blooming anything. And then it sort of hits the back of your throat, and then it starts to fight for survival, and releasing all sorts of poisonous material. It probably had an evacuation. You believe that?
Disgusting.
In my throat. And so I just got this horrible taste, which just lasted to this moment. And I feel like I got a cold by dose, but it's not a cold. It's, some sort of, it's like an insect thing. And so I probably have got insects living in my head now. And is anybody remotely interested?
Negative.
Not one single call. But this happens. I've read this. People go to the doctors and they think that I'm a bit unwell, and then a doctor will pull out a spider's nest with 10,000 spiders in it from their nose. Petra says, hello, Nick Abbott. I just thought you would like to know that spiders hate fresh ground coffee. So if you sprinkle some on the floor around your bed, they stay away. And also check new houseplants where they may be. Yeah, but spiders crawl across the ceiling. Which, by the way, they manage to do because of magnets. And that's a fact. It doesn't matter whether you sprinkle it around your bed. They can crawl across the ceiling and then drop down on a rope and then go up your nose. Maybe I should snort ground coffee. That does sound like a good idea. To Norma in Bowral, Australia. Where's that, Norma?
It's about 90 kilometres from Sydney, and it's pronounced barrel as in barrel.
No, I don't think so.
Yes, it does, yes. Yes, it is.
So what's the weather like there, Norma?
Well, we've been through everything. We had severe, the worst drought in many, many years. And then, of course, we had the enormous bushfires, and they were very close by here. I've got open land opposite where I live, so I was very worried about that. So a lot of us got evacuated to different places. I wasn't one of them, but 5 kilometres down the road they were. And then, of course, we had the torrential. We had 5 inches of rain over the weekend, last weekend.
Wow.
And like today now, it's 10 to 11 in the morning, and it's 31 degrees now. But that's unusual.
Blimey.
Where I live in Barrel, there's definitely 4 seasons. It's a cool climate usually, but we've been getting 42s and 43s.
Oh.
So it's pretty bad. And, as for the, they're talking about the climate change and all this. Well, in Sydney, at the height of the bushfires, it was 10 times worse than the pollution that was in China. And it took days. It was like Armageddon when you went outside. It was like a pink haze, and everything, literally everything was covered in ash. And it's taken weeks. I washed my car 4 times in a month. In the end, I gave up because it was just happening overnight. So, but it's been, so many people have lost their homes.
Yeah.
And the wildlife. But, Australians are really, obviously you can hear by my voice, I'm not originally from Australia, but I've lived here for 48 years. But, they're very resilient, and they're very supportive of each other, and just everybody. All over the world we've been getting help, which is wonderful.
Now, are people there blaming the climate, or are they just saying it's weather?
Look, what a lot of people were blaming was, what they do a lot of here is before summer is backburn.
Yeah, I know.
And the Greenies decided that no, because they blocked it. No, we're going to leave it till later. Well, they left it too late.
But it's also that you had massive drought there, so the land is very, very dry.
We
isn't
hadn't
it? So it's
had
a combination
rain
of the
here.
two.
Up until the week before last, we hadn't had a good rainfall in over 2 years.
Yeah.
Now, that's one of the, this is, out west, it's 4 and 5 years, and it's still very much in drought.
Yeah.
But this has certainly helped. But the rain last week, and then, of course, we had massive hail as well, so over 30,000 cars in
I saw the hail. It was incredible. The hailstones as big as golf balls.
That's right. That's exactly right. Yeah. So it's been a tough summer in more ways than one.
You could write off your car by leaving it in a hailstorm.
Exactly.
Because
I've got a garage.
It's just smashed cars to bits, didn't it?
That's right. It did. As I say, in Canberra alone, which is a very small, it's the main capital of Australia, but it's a very small area compared to the rest of the cities. They lost 35,000 cars wiped off.
Wow.
Completely wiped off, so yeah.
God.
So yes, yeah.
But there is very great resistance to calling it climate-related in Australia, particularly.
Oh, well, they do.
Isn't there?
It is as
because
well.
Australia is, I think, isn't it the biggest exporter of coal in the world?
Well, yes, but we're looking at that again. That's a really big thing over here at the moment. And nobody wants to mine anymore. They want to do it all new emissions.
Oh yeah.
So, but with just in general, the weather's just been horrendous one way or the other. You
think that Australia would be ideally positioned to go for solar power.
That's it. Oh, look, nearly every other house is now solar power.
Right.
Most. I would have to say that maybe 60% of homes are solar power now, which is good, which is really good. But as for the weather, when I first came out to Australia in 1972, I came to Barrel for a couple of reasons. My younger brother was here, and so I came for a year, and I ended up, marrying an Australian staying sort of thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's another story. But the weather there, definitely 4 climates. It snows in Barrel, okay? It can snow in Barrel. And we had a really good downfall the year before last.
So are you inland from Sydney then?
Yes, I am. In the Southern Highlands, yeah.
Oh, so you're up a hill?
Well, up in a mountain, yeah.
See, people don't really think of Australia
as... Blue Mountains. Okay, there's Blue Mountains.
Right.
But no, we're about 2 hours away from
because the popular idea of Australia is that it's just a flat, featureless, slightly orange land.
No.
Right.
No. Look, there's an awful lot of land. you know, I couldn't. My worst nightmare is do a road trip around Australia, but Australians love it, and each to their own. I love going to the places, but no, let me fly there. You know,
Yeah.
I'll fly there and look at it. So
Norma, I breathed in a typical British spider. I think it was when I was asleep.
Yes.
If I'd breathed in a typical Australian spider, it would have eaten my face off.
You'd be dead.
Yes. I don't know how you.
You've got the white tails and the black and the funnel webs, and even the blue. But what we call in England blue bottles.
Yeah.
Okay, blowflies here, and they're disgusting. They just drop maggots everywhere. So.
Oh, God.
So I don't know what you swallowed, but anyway, good luck with that one.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Norma. All right, cheers, my dear. Ta-da, 0345 6060 973. Yeah, why are all the most unpleasant things on earth in Australia? New Zealand doesn't have any of that. All New Zealand's got is scenery, for as far as the eye can see. But Australia is just, it's like God's joke. It's just filled the place with 86,000 different ways to die. Bill text, Dominic Cummings would look really sexy with some bright figure-hugging fashion advice from Gok Wan and a full cosmetic makeover. Gok Wan. Isn't he a cook?
No.
What's Gok Wan?
He's a fashion person. He does fashion and glasses, and he's a designer, I think. He's a fashion designer.
Okay. Are you wearing any Gok Wan?
I used to have some Gok Wan glasses. A long time ago.
Right. Daryl tweets, the lack of intelligence of some callers is staggering. You have your thoughts and I'll have mine. She's never had a coherent thought. Well, I don't know which caller you're talking about now, Daryl. Certainly not the one I was just speaking to.
Are you trying to tell me that this is your act?
Yes, sadly, this is it. Andy says, do you think that Carol will get you on Loose Women? I would love to see you being interviewed on there. No. No. And furthermore...
No.
Patrick says, oh no, I've read that. Daz says, forget coffee grounds, Nick. You have to have nearer protection. Smear a fair dollop of Marmite all around your mouth and nose before bed. Spiders will stay a mile away, as will anyone or anything else. You're welcome, says Daz.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Daz. You first. And Kate says, I had a friend bought a potted plant that she had put on a shelf by her bed. It hummed. London Zoo removed it. It had a nest of emerging baby tarantulas in it. Have you bought a potted plant recently? Well, let me think. Yes. Chris says, spider in the nose, why not snort a small scorpion up there to fight it to death? Oh, that's a good idea. I've got an insect that's living in my brain, and nobody seems remotely bothered. Yes, I was woken with a start last night when something went up my nose, and it appears to be affecting me in a very serious way. Because I sound like I've got a cold, but I'm all bugged up because there's, a massive insect nest in my nasal cavities. For a moment ago, I thought I was going to sneeze, and I thought, that would get it out. But it didn't. The sneeze didn't arrive. You know, that thing where you... and then nothing happens? I hate that. 0345 6060 973. And as though I wasn't in enough pain, Brian in Stockton-on-Tees.
Yes, okay, Nick. You okay?
Yes, Brian.
Well, that last call, 50 years ago, I was out on a building site.
Was that it? That was an excellent story. Oh, go on.
No, just a second. Hailstone come down, size of tennis balls, all my golf balls.
Right.
It's not set to be outcladded.
And you've never been the same since, I understand.
Well, all we're saying is, things like that happen, things like that happen.
Yeah. Freaks happen. Yeah, I get that. Have you ever been hit on the head, Brian? Just asking.
Did you ever see that film, The Exorcist, years ago?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what. If they make Exorcist 2, I want to get Greta Thunberg to play that lass, because she is frightening.
Right. Coincidentally, every time I take a call from you, Brian, my head just spins around and I squirt green vomit.
Why do you keep going on about climate change when you said in this programme we need a disaster, we need a world war,
yes.
we need the Black Death,
yeah.
we need some because there's too many people in the world.
Too many people,
said.
yeah. Let's
right.
start with
right.
thinning out the
right.
number in Stockton-on-Tees.
Right. So why don't you? You should be willing to on, shouldn't you, the climate change? It'll be a disaster.
Okay, as soon as I get to higher ground, then...
It'll thin the people out. It'll thin the people out, won't it?
Carry on, yeah.
You know, so you should be willing to on, Nick, not going, you know.
Right.
Anyway.
Well, that was my first mistake.
But anyway, you've been going about Boris Johnson as well.
Going on
right?
about?
Yes. And you seem, as the weeks go by, you seem as though you're weak. Your voice is getting more desperate because
I've got an insect nest in my head.
Because he's doing that well. I mean, he's just took more power this week, hasn't he?
Yeah, but how is that pleasing you?
And why are you against him taking that power that he took?
Why are you for it? That's what I don't understand.
But why are you against it when on things you say? Surely you want money releasing for new roads, rail, infrastructure.
Gosh, you know what? That sounds very much like
don't you want that
sounds very much like Jeremy Corbyn's manifesto.
Yes, forget Jeremy Corbyn. He's not in. He can't do out.
I know,
Boris
but
Johnson
what appears to be happening is that Boris Johnson is taking all of the popular ideas from Jeremy Corbyn.
It makes no odds. Are you for it or against it?
Well, I ask you the same question because you are against everything that Uncle Jezza was about, but Boris Johnson appears to be wrapping himself in the most popular parts of everything that Uncle Jezza put in his manifesto that nobody read because it was 140 pages long.
Nick Corbyn's gone. He's finished. Boris Johnson is here and now. Now, I've listened to you for 3.5 years, right?
Yeah,
4 years.
You can't stand it. You listen to every second of every show, and you've realised after 3 years that you don't like it. I understand.
No. What I'm going to say is this. You've never said one good thing about Boris Johnson in 4 years.
Right.
Not one.
Well, name one good thing.
Do you think this, forget about Corbyn, in releasing money for infrastructure, is it a good thing?
God.
Come on, give me a bit of credit. Give me a bit of credit for once.
No, because he's releasing... Listen to me.
You've got a chance.
Shut up for just a moment. Either ask a question and then pause for the answer, or don't ask it in the first place.
Well, answer it then. Should he deserve a bit of credit? Come on.
You just can't help yourself, can you?
No, well, come on.
In your entire life, have you ever just been quiet for more than 10 seconds? Yeah, and I hold the mirror up to you, Brian. You never you haven't answered a single question I've ever asked you.
Nick, before I go, Nick,
one of these
this.
Painful callers over and over and over again. It's the same call over and over again. Boris Johnson, hero. Donald Trump, hero. Everybody else, enemy of the people. I get it.
The same things, Nick. Are you going to let me back in? Are you going to turn your mic off like you always do?
Well, you know, I can only take so much pain, Brian.
Picture this before I go, Nick.
No, I'll picture no such thing.
No,
You've asked me a question and I'll answer it.
Go on then.
Is it a good thing that he is releasing money for infrastructure? Right. Well, if you believe all of the things that Boris Johnson is promising, then I have a genuine made-in-China Rolex watch I'd like to sell you. But most of what he's promising to fix are things that were caused by the Conservative Party. I'm going to build new hospitals. Right, well, who let the NHS go to rack and ruin? I'm going to hire 20,000 policemen. Who fired 23,000 policemen over the last 10 years of the Conservative government?
Yeah, you've turned me mic off again.
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
But once again, Brian, you ask a question and you can't keep quiet for 10 seconds to hear the answer.
Nick Abbott's showing brackets. It's all about Nick Abbott, nobody else. Same as usual. Turn me mic off, keep yours good, so you can get your point of view over mine.
Right. Well, you did ask me a question of what my point of view was. If you weren't interested, then why did you ask?
You only want your point of view. That is your show. It's Nick Abbott in brackets. It's about me. Come on, it's a phone-in, Nick.
Yes,
have a bit of give and take.
Are you kidding me? You've been on this show more than I have.
I'm not kidding you, right?
No, wait a minute. Let me just hold on to that. Oh, there was like 3 seconds of beautiful silence. Oh, it was a miracle. Anyway, Brian, as usual, it's been a delight.
Boring.
0345 6060 973. All of the promises that Boris Johnson is currently making are to fix the problems that were caused by the Conservative Party. He talks as though they haven't been in power the last 10 years. How is he getting away with it? It's because he's not really a politician. He's like Trump. He's less a politician and more of a stand-up comic. And people love that. Mystifying. It is absolutely mystifying. If the poor people of the North think that the Conservative parties, what is at the Conservative parties, it is uppermost in the mind of the Conservative Party, then what on earth leads you to that conclusion? I mean, what about the Conservative Party up to this point leads you to believe that they have your best interests at heart? I mean, come on. Dorothy says, redback spiders are deadly. They were under my house when I moved into Mount Isa, Australia. Right. Well, the red-back spiders are deadly, and the black-back spiders are deadly, and the green-back spiders are deadly. Everything's deadly in Australia. It seems unreasonable, doesn't it, to concentrate them all in the one place? Why? Why are they all there? David says, my favourite bit of this week's Super Shuffle was Sajid Javid saying no self-respecting minister would accept such a condition, and Rishi Sunak saying, I'll do it. Yeah. Yeah, Chancellor in name only. And Monica said, what's with the spiders, Nick? I hate to say it, but you're sounding just a tad wimpish, not to mention paranoid. They do a grand job keeping flies down. Perhaps I should rephrase that, says Monica. Yes, you should.
Disgusting.
I've inhaled a spider. What? I mean, it can't be a fly. I'm assuming it's not a fly, because it's too cold for flies, right? Flies are a summer thing. So it must be a spider or some other insect. I inhaled it, and now it's living in my head. And you're wondering why I'm going on about it? It's because it's affecting my brain. I mean, here's an indication of how much is affecting my brain. I just made the mistake of taking a call from Brian in Stockton-on-Tees. I mean, good grief. It's the same call every year, every time. He calls up every show. You don't necessarily hear him on every show, but he's on the board waiting to get on every show. Often I will dance around him because I know what he's going to say. Same blooming thing every time. Boris Johnson, hero. Donald Trump, hero. Everybody else, enemy of the people. If it's an act, it's a really good one. If you're, if Brian, you're an actual human,
it can only be attributable to human error.
Well, Stockton-on-Tees has. There's absolutely no question about that. I mean, that last caller, Brian, should seriously calm down a bit. I mean, take up yoga or something, or drugs, you know, something like that. Can I interest you in some drugs? 0345 6060 973. I think I maybe took the blue pill instead of the red one today. Oh, keep making that mistake. Does it sound like I'm getting worse? A little bit. That's because the insects in my head must be multiplying already. They're having they're making hot insect love with each other.
Disgusting.
In my head. Hitchin. Hello, Terry.
Yeah, hello, Mike. I'd just like to say you sit there in your middle class.
Terry.
Hello, yes.
Yeah, Mike isn't here, but I can put you on hold till he arrives. Put Terry on hold till Mike gets here. 0345 6060 973. I don't think I made the wrong decision there, did I? No. Well, you had one chance, Terry, and you blew it. Never mind. Better luck next time. Stoke-on-Trent. Hello, Liz.
Hello, Nick. Nice to hear you again. I hope you're well.
I'm not well.
Well, before I go on to my spider story, why do you have Brian on? He never contributes anything of use or ornament.
Or ornaments. Hey, Brian, you're not ornamental. You hear that?
But no, he doesn't anyway, I shouldn't be.
Well, I tell you what is his thing is he gets high off the juice that the brain squirts around when you get angry. He's addicted to anger. All that juice.
Well, I think you're very brave to have him on every week.
Oh, it's nothing, Liz.
He spoils my weekend, he does, when he comes on.
You see what you've done, Brian?
You make my weekend, and then he goes and spoils it.
Typical.
Anyway, I've got a story of 3 spiders, and I swear these are true.
Well, Liz, as long as it's not a story about spiders.
But this isn't going to reassure any spider phobics, I can assure you. Now, these 3 incidents were a few years apart. I'm not saying they were in a cluster. But I was in bed, sitting up in bed reading, and I noticed this movement to my left of my eye. And I ignored it for a few seconds, and then I realised there was something there. And I turned my head to the left, and there was this spider that was coming down on a single thread from the ceiling. And it was about about 2 inches from my face.
Oh my God!
Yeah, it was that close.
Your beautiful face, Liz.
That's why at first I thought it was a blur because I wear specs. And anyway, and then
I bet you thought it was a floater.
Something like that. Yes, I didn't expect that.
Yeah.
And then I don't know how many years.
What happened to the spider? You executed it, I hope.
No, I caught it and they don't frighten me. I put it out the bathroom window.
Right.
And then another time there was one on the pillow because I was sleeping in a double bed, and there was one on the pillow on the other side of the bed.
Oh my God.
And then again a few years.
Well, was it relaxing, having a nap? What?
Well, it was just there. Just noticed this black blob turned. Because when you wear specs, you don't see anything immediate because I wear varifocals as well, so you have to turn your whole head.
Yeah.
And yes, this black blotch I saw was a spider. Anyway, and then another time I was on the phone, and again this movement, and it was a spider coming down from the ceiling. Now, when you take
you need to get out of that house, Liz.
These were few years apart, though. But when you think about the 2 incidents in the bedroom, those were when I was awake. So there may be some truth in it.
What happens when you're asleep?
Oh no! Well, yes,
can you imagine?
That spiders might find their way into our orifices.
They are finding their way into my orifice.
So, yeah, no, it doesn't bother me, that doesn't. But
that it's finding its way into my orifice? Well, it bothers me.
Spiders don't bother me, but what I don't like the thought of is if they find their way into my ears.
Oh, God.
I don't like the thought of it. It doesn't,
Well, up your nose is where your brain is. I mean, if it lays 1,000 eggs in your brain, imagine what's going to happen in 9 months or however long it takes for spiders to gestate.
I know. Didn't somebody go? What you're talking about, hatching eggs? Wasn't that a true story?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
Yes, a few years ago, wasn't it?
Something like that.
I can't remember the details. But
and of course, all the little baby spiders will get born, and then they'll think, what shall we eat? And it'll be me.
But you'd think that they couldn't live where there's no oxygen
But there is. I'm breathing.
Well, yes, that's true. Yeah.
If I stop breathing, then they'll die. So maybe I'll give that a go.
Anyway, all the best.
Okay, thanks for upsetting me even more than I was already. Cheers, Liz.
I'm sorry. I hope you get better.
Right,
bye now.
Ta-da. Liam says, I've never heard Brian that angry before. He loves being angry. That's his thing. He's addicted to anger. There's a lot of that about. Anthony says, maybe you'll get spider powers and can save the country from Boris Johnson. Well, isn't that exactly what, maybe not exactly, but isn't that how Clark Kent gets Spidey powers? Is Clark Kent Spider-Man? No. He's Superman, isn't he? Ah, who cares? And straight away, you were correcting me.
It's Peter Parker.
Yeah, what are you, 12?
No.
No, you got that wrong. It's not Clark Kent at all, you stupid moron. Don't you know anything? Des says a few... does it sound like I'm getting worse? Yeah, a little bit.
Stop whining.
Des says a few drops of eucalyptus oil in a bowl of boiled water and inhale the vapours and your unwelcome visitors will vacate post-haste. Works a treat for fleas, lice, bed bugs and carpet mites too. Not a lot of people know that, says Des. Yeah, probably because it's not true. But it's worth a go. Well, this is awful. What if I do have insects living in my head now? How am I going to get them out? Hello? Julian says, I don't want to alarm you, but I recently inhaled a clothes moth and now I'm going bald in patches. Oh, a listener with material. And James says, I read about that 3.0 magnitude earthquake in Stockton-on-Tees a couple of weeks ago, and my first thought was that Brian must be having one of his trademark tantrums again. Another fabulous reason not to visit Stockton-on-Tees.
Oh, no.
Huh? Oh, no. Not that again. If you touch but don't hit one of these things, then... Oh, never mind. I've got work to do to fix that now. It moves it instead of plays it. Oh, never mind. It's very, very complicated. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Fulham. Hello, Wendy.
Oh, hi. Hello.
Wendy.
Yeah. I was right. There's two options. First of all, that can you put your tweezers up your nose and like get that whatever it is and pull it down?
I assume you're joking.
Oh. No, actually, because you can feel it up there, can't you?
You want me to jam tweezers up my nose?
Don't put it that way. Yeah, well, you might catch it that way.
Right.
Mightn't you? Or...
Don't put tweezers up your nose unless supervised by a medical professional.
You've got a mirror, haven't you?
Mirror?
Or...
You'd need one of those dentist's mirrors. There's one of those little ones on a stick. You could stick that up there and have a gander.
Oh, magnified. Yeah, you could have a look. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The other thing is, it's a bit funny, but I don't mean it. One of my neighbours have got two reptiles, and they eat spiders, flies, and so I thought...
Right, well, pop one in a...
up your nose.
Yeah, pop one in a jiffy bag, and I'll use it when he gets here.
Oh, dear. No, because your voice is a bit deeper.
Well, I'm all bugged up.
Yeah, because you're bugged up.
I've got a massive amount of insect detritus up my nose.
Don't. Are you sure you haven't been dreaming or...
No.
I mean...
No, there was an absence of dreaming. I couldn't sleep last night at all. After I'd inhaled some foreign body.
Inhaled by the mouth or the nose?
No,
I thought it went up your nose.
Up my nose.
Yes. Oh, it didn't happen to James Bond, did it?
It didn't happen to James Bond?
07.
What's that got to do with it?
No, because he had a spider crawling up
that.
Over him.
Yeah. No, that was a rather large spider. You'd have to have a nose the size of the Mersey Tunnel for a spider that big to get up it.
Oh, right, yeah. So I'm really sort of like on catch up, really, because I heard badgers, presidents.
Yeah.
And, right.
Oh, the stuff we've covered on this show, it's it's a cornucopia, ain't it?
Is it? I don't...
Yeah. Trust me.
No. Anyway, I didn't see any badgers in Tehran when I was there.
In Tehran?
Yeah. I didn't see any badgers.
In Tehran?
Iran? Yeah. when I was over there.
You were over in Tehran?
Tehran, is that the way how you say it? Iran, isn't it?
Which was it? You were in Iran and you didn't see any badgers, but...
No. And the other thing was...
wait a minute. Wait.
Oh.
Iran? Yeah. What's Iran got to do with badgers?
Because you said about badgers.
Oh, I see. It's my fault.
Well, it could be. Wouldn't it? I mean, it could be, like with that up your nose. Hey.
I'm lucky to be alive, Wendy. I mean, that I'm actually making any sense at all is a miracle.
I'll try and be simple about this then.
And if I'm not making any sense, then that's the reason why I've inhaled a vast amount of insects, which are now setting up a blooming commune behind my face. That's my excuse.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, Wendy, I am sure.
It's gone up your nostril.
That's why I'm not making any sense. What's your excuse?
Okay, so, all right, on to, right, so...
And another thing.
I was there, yeah. When
there,
the Shah...
Where? There on the stair, right there. A little mouse with clogs on. Where I declare, going clippity clop on the stair.
It wasn't funny. No,
there's nothing funny about it.
No, it wasn't funny. You know, because
what are you talking about now?
Tehran. You know,
you're still going on about Tehran.
Yeah, because so the Shah left, and because Khomeini got into Parliament. Right?
Well, this is an education, isn't it?
No. So, and I thought while I was there, I was a bit frightened, Nick. Yeah. Right? So I thought, I want to go home now, and so I couldn't buy aeroplane because I don't know with the revolution whether they bombed it or I don't really. Get it, but
no, much like my feelings about this call. I don't get it either.
Oh no, what me?
Yes, specifically you, Wendy.
No, you're all over the shop.
Oh,
too.
I see. Me, right? Here, Wendy, I got to go for two reasons. First of all, I've got to go, and second, I've just got to go. 0345.
Who do you think you're talking to?
I'm talking to a person called Jan in Poole.
Good evening, Nick.
Jan.
I'm a little bit shocked by this spider situation.
Yes, you're shocked.
Well, why aren't you wearing one of these face masks that everyone's wearing?
They don't work. They don't work, apparently.
You've got a system already weakened by the builder's dust incident.
Yes.
Of months ago.
That's right.
And here you are exposing yourself willy-nilly to anything that happens to be in the air.
Yes, I'm exposing my willy-nilly to anything that happens to be in the air. That's correct.
That seems to be the situation. And I think you're looking in the wrong direction because unless you saw this particular spider going up your nasal passages...
Yeah.
I think the answer lies in that electronic bug zapper you've got on the wall. That when the bug hits it, there's a certain amount of sort of almost microscopic detritus gets into the air.
Yeah.
And you're ingesting it while you're walking about or drinking coffee or reading the Sun or whatever.
Minding my own business, yes.
Exactly, But...
But you're right about me looking in the wrong direction, by the way, because having an insect burrow inside your face does actually make you...
An assumed insect.
Make your eyes look in two different directions.
It could be the fragments of the carapace or the thorax.
It's causing a noise in my head. Yeah.
Well, the symptoms appear to be getting worse.
Don't they?
But this idea of killing the larger insect with electronically, I mean, it smacks a little bit the execution chambers in some American prisons.
Well, now you've given me an excellent idea. I'm going to wire myself up to the mains.
I've got an alternative.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're familiar with George Sitwell, a noted English eccentric of some years ago.
Oh, George Sitwell? No.
George Sitwell.
No.
Responsible for the musical Toothbrush. But also...
What?
Also the inventor of a miniature pistol for shooting wasps.
Right.
Now, this might sound fanciful, but it's all checkable. And he used to sit in his conservatory firing at these wasps. But even a sort of an occupation like that, it caused a controversy between hunting people who said it was only fair to shoot at wasps on the wing, as opposed to in a more settled situation.
Yeah, when they land, yeah.
And there was quite a bit of discussion about it at the time. But
right.
I thought if you could acquire one of those pistols...
Yes.
When you...
I could put myself out of my misery.
Well, you could, deal a little bit of justice to some of the larger insects rather than suffering from that burning smell of charred insect that you've got there, which has caused so many problems as well. I mean, your life seems to be riddled with these.
It's a misery.
Bizarre problems.
I'm not going to exaggerate in any way, Jan, but I'm suffering probably more than anybody else has in human history.
It seems like it, and then you get that guy from the north coming on.
Oh, God.
I mean, it's a bit like asking someone to go 10 rounds with Muhammad Ali and then pushing him, then putting Mike Tyson in their dressing room.
A cruel and unusual punishment. Exactly.
It is. I think the Court of Human Rights or whatever ought to be onto it.
Well, finally, a bit of support. Where have you been all my show?
If you can get yourself one of those miniature Sitwell pistols...
Yes.
I wouldn't bother so much with the musical toothbrush because I don't really consider entertainment's necessary when brushing your teeth.
Brushing your teeth, exactly.
And the pistol could provide you with both entertainment and providing the corpses of the wasps or beetles or bluebottles were decently buried. It would remove this problem you've got of stuff floating about in the air, which is causing your breathing problems.
Yeah, well, you're making a lot of sense. Excellent work. Thanks a lot, Jan. 0345 6060 973. Connie says, do you want to know something scary? No. But thanks for asking. Do I actually want to read the rest of that?
It's not that scary.
Well, for who?
Me.
But what about me?
Well, I don't think it's that bad.
All right. It better not be. Connie says, do you want to know something scary? There once was a spider under my pillows. What, your actual pillows or your... Never mind. Immediately I ran into the kitchen to get the vacuum cleaner and sucked it in. The spider was really fighting, but the vacuum cleaner won. Well, that was all right. Oh, that's a good idea. I could stick my nose in the end of the vacuum cleaner and suck that thing out. Josh says, spray some fly spray, available from all major supermarkets, up your schnoz. That'll sort you out. I'd be surprised if kids hadn't tried that. I'm on about 3 or 4 cans of Raid a day now, man, but I can handle it. Just feeling a bit numb at the moment, that's all. Tony texts, from the internet you can purchase for a tenner an endoscope, which you can stuff up your nose and view what's up there on your phone. You can view it on your phone. He says, don't worry, though. 100,000 years of evolution will soon see off that spider. All I have to wait is 100,000 years. And I'll develop spider antibodies. If you can purchase an endoscope for a tenner, which you can connect to your phone, and take pictures of what's up there, what's up here, there, and everywhere, baby, then I'd be amazed if people aren't already doing that and squirting it up the internet. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Oh, I've been feeling like I'm going to sneeze for the whole show, and it hasn't come yet. Wait. Ah. How can you make yourself sneeze? There must be a way. Northwood. Hello, Neil.
Hello.
Yes.
How you doing, Nick? All right?
Yeah, good, thanks. No, not good.
I love your show, right? I'm a first-time caller on LBC.
Oh, good man.
Right. I was going to talk about global warming, but before I do, is Carol still there?
Is Carol here?
Oh, right, yeah.
Yes.
Carol, I want you to come round my house in a black leather catsuit and with Nick's got that recording of a whip, okay?
Yeah.
Which she might play in a minute, right?
No.
You can come round my house and discipline me as much as you like.
What?
What? What?
Anyway, Neil.
At this time of night, okay, Carol's shocked now. Have a whiskey, Carol.
Yeah.
Right, global warming, okay? I love it, okay? I'm 60 years old this
60
year.
years old. Yeah.
Thank you, this year, June, right? And I love this global warming because basically the winters are getting warmer. I remember when it was snow at this time of year, and now it's 10 degrees, 12 degrees, whatever it is outside, and the summer is about 80, 90. Brilliant. Because if I'm 60, in 20 years' time, I'll be a goner, right? So if global warming comes, all these youngsters can handle it because I won't be around.
Yeah, they can float.
They can float. They can do what they like with this global warming and with what's going on in this world. Yes, okay, the world's getting warmer, which is not a catastrophe, right? It's just we've gone up about 1 degree. That's about it.
Yeah,
okay?
I know. Who cares?
Which means we get warmer winters and hotter summers. So what, right? The only thing I want snow on Christmas Day. That's all I want is snow on Christmas Day.
Is that too much to ask?
Well, you have to ask that man in the sky, don't you? If he wants to send down the snow, right? But basically, global warming. Yes, it's happening. As I said, I'm 60 this year. 20 years to go. I love this warmer weather, and it's brilliant. And if just getting back, me and Carol can go down to the beach somewhere in this country. Right?
I'll let her know. Yeah, she'll need some medication before doing any of that.
Booze.
That's what I'm talking about. 0345 6060 973. Tony says, oh no, I've read that. The endoscope thing. People must be putting pictures taken on an endoscope on the internet.
Disgusting.
They must be. I bet there's whole websites of it. In fact, if the Daily Mail get a hold of it, they'll be putting it on the front page of their online service. They seem to be trying to outdo themselves on a daily basis by putting up pictures, videos yet, that start playing immediately you roll over them, of people dying. People getting their, pimples the size of footballs burst. Who in God's name wants to see that, for crying out loud? But you can't not see it because it starts playing the instant you roll over it on the Daily Mail website. One disgusting thing after the next. But it's the death thing what gets me. Here's a video of somebody dying, which has started to play without you even asking for it. There you are. Somebody's dead now. Would you like to comment below? That person had it coming. That nun was asking for it. 0345 6060 973. I still feel like I'm going to sneeze any moment now. Oh, it'd be sweet relief if I could. How do you sneeze? I know how you not sneeze, by keeping your eyes open. That's a thing, isn't it? If you think you're going to sneeze and you keep your eyes open, then I think your body says, well, I better not do that, otherwise my eyeballs will burst out of my skull. Of course, I have the problem with me is that spiders are taking up residence in my skull and are probably going to eat their way out through my eyeballs. All in Oslo. Oh, did you get that? Did you get that?
Yeah.
Okay. I think maybe he didn't know he was on the air.
No, I don't think so.
He was just having a heated discussion with somebody there. It was a first-time caller and need never call again. Here's a call in Western Scotland. Gosh, that's a bit vague. Mary, where are you precisely? Why can't I get rid of this guy now? There she is. Mary.
Hi.
Mary.
Hi,
Mary.
Nick.
Mary. Mary.
Yes, I'm in Kilmarnock.
Oh, Kilmarnock. Yes.
Dry Kilmarnock.
Is it?
Yes.
Well, that's unusual.
Yes. First of all, the fact you're wanting to sneeze.
Yeah.
How about a pinch of snuff?
Well, I ain't got no snuff. This is not the 1870s. I ain't got no snuff.
But there'll be shops in London that still sell snuff.
Oh, well, I need to go to the 24-hour
Snuff shop.
Snuff R Us store. Yeah.
I'd actually rang up about the talk about the bridge across the Irish Sea.
Oh, yeah.
Well, first of all, they couldn't call it the Celtic Bridge because the Rangers supporters wouldn't use it.
Okay.
And secondly, I would hate to think that the Scottish Government would have any input into it because, as you know, when they decide to build something, the cost goes up astronomically.
Up and up and up and up, yeah.
Yeah, and also the fact is that there's all these munitions lying in Beaufort's Dyke.
Yes.
Because in actual fact, the prison in Kilmarnock, it's actually built on an old munitions factory site.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is that wise?
I think it's great.
Oh, right.
And also, after it was during the Second World War, it was used as it was an RAF munitions site.
Yeah.
And it was actually incendiary bombs they made. And after that it was closed down, it was used various uses, and one of the uses was actually for the local factory who did tinned meat. And what they did was, when their stock was getting out of date, they used to put them in because there were still the hollows where the munitions had been.
Yeah.
And there was times if you would go in there, you'd actually hear the tins exploding. So I think one of these days these prisoners might be in for a big shock.
Yes, right. Serve them right, eh, Mary?
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, thanks a lot.
Okay.
Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. Will says, open a sachet of cup of soup and sniff. You will sneeze, says Will. Jan says, if you sniff a flame, then that will burn the insect. Problem solved. Yeah. All I need to do is shoot fire up my nose. Well, that sounds like a good idea. Here, have you got a lighter?
Don't smoke.
Pauline says, I would smoke, but you shoot a flame up my nose, I'd be smoking for hours. Pauline says, it was probably a flake of paint or Artex that went up your nose. Check for cracks above your head. The ceiling could be coming down on you. No, Pauline, that's got nothing to do with it. It was something. I'm almost certain that it was, I am certain that it was alive, and I hope that the experience killed it, but I'm feeling that it didn't, because I seem to be having a reaction, as you would, if a billion insects had taken up residence behind your face. Jenny says, roll up a piece of loo roll like a rolled-up cigarette and edge it up your nostril and it will make you sneeze, guaranteed, says Jenny. No, all of these sound like really bad ideas. I'm not going to do anything of the sort. London Colney. Hey, Mandy.
Hiya.
Mandy.
Nick, you got any pepper at home?
Pepper? Yes.
Pepper will make you sneeze.
Does it?
Of course it does.
I'll tell you what does make you sneeze is when you cook hot chilies and it fills
I
the
don't
air.
eat chili.
Huh?
I don't eat chilies.
What? Not? Why not?
No, not
Ooh?
No.
Oh, you're not one of these people.
I've got a cold. You see, I've got a cold.
Well, that's nice, but we're talking about me.
I know, sorry. But really, pepper.
Yeah.
Not black pepper, white pepper.
Well, I ain't got no white pepper.
Oh, you can buy some.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Why
white, not black?
I don't know if it would work with black pepper.
Okay.
I definitely, by mistake, got pepper up my nose. My God, it hurts, but it makes you sneeze.
Right. Hang on a minute. So I've got to be in actual pain, even more so than I am at the moment.
I think, with all due respect, putting a hoover up your nose is not a good idea.
Isn't it?
No. You suck your brains out. Come on. Just don't be silly. It would.
Right.
Don't do that.
I'm not going to do that.
You said you were.
No, I did not say nothing of the sort.
Oh, okay. I thought you did. Sorry. Wow. This is a nightmare.
What happened? I didn't know what happened.
Well, I was asleep, and then suddenly I was awake and aware that something horrible had just happened. And then hours and hours I was awake, trying to thinking that, that. Have you ever accidentally swallowed an insect?
No.
Right. Well, it tastes horrible, and I got that kind of taste. I think it's probably that an insect releases some sort of poison or something.
Let's be honest, though, right?
Because wait a minute, because it thinks it's under attack.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't know that it's attacking me.
It's sitting in your lovely warm nostril.
Yeah.
Rather than out in that cold wind.
Right.
And that he's going to send messages to all his friends to say, "Come here."
Exactly. Yeah. Come on in the
nostril.
Yeah. The mucus is lovely.
This is disgusting.
Oh my God! This show's taken a turn for the worse.
You're going to give me nightmares.
Yeah.
Oh God! How are you going to get out? Pepper. I really suggest pepper.
Right.
I've got a cold. I can give you that. You could have that for nothing.
I don't know. So it doesn't sound like a cold man. That sounds like you've got the mad bat disease.
Oh, God forbid, no. I haven't got a temperature. Right. I haven't got a cough.
Okay, then.
Just snotty.
Right. Well, that's a little bit too much information, but thanks for that.
Well, yeah. I'm just trying to get rid of your alien.
You're trying to make me feel better, yeah.
No, I'm trying to get rid of the alien out of your nose.
Yeah, I do have an alien in my nose. That's absolutely... I'm telling you I do.
Oh, no.
I'm saying that. I do have an alien in my nose.
And we're going to hear tomorrow whether you got it out.
Well, maybe I'll be here tomorrow, maybe I won't.
It's not going to kill you.
Well, you don't know that.
Daddy, not.
If a spider sets up residence in my face...
Do you think it's a spider?
I've got no idea what it is. Well, it couldn't be a fly. How could it be a fly?
Was that a story, that song? There was no woman who swallowed the fly.
Well, I know. I did that already.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, that was right at the beginning of the show. You missed it. I was singing and everything. God, it was a beautiful moment.
You gave us a concert and I missed it.
Are you kidding?
Wow, you've got to get this thing out your nose, Nick. It's not good.
I swallowed a fly, spider, bird, cat, dog, goat and cow.
No, not a cat. Don't do cat. I like cats. Don't mess with cats.
Well, the spider was to catch the fly, and the bird was to catch the spider, and the cat was to catch the bird, and the dog was to catch the cat, and then it got weird. The goat was to catch the dog. But that's not a thing, is it?
Was there anything involved? Or not yet?
And the cow was to catch the goat.
What happened? No elephants?
Cows don't eat goats.
Cows eat anything, don't they?
And then you had to the pièce de résistance.
Yeah.
The coup de grâce.
Yeah.
Was you have to eat a horse to kill the cow.
I'm going so stupid.
How does that work?
It doesn't. Just don't involve donkeys or elephants. Yes. Involve everything else, but not those.
If the cure is eating donkeys and elephants, then you're probably better off with the disease.
You must have blown your nose, mustn't you?
Yeah.
Surely.
Right.
It didn't come out then, obviously.
Well, not that I could tell. I don't feel better, anyway.
But is it making you feel ill?
Yeah, it's making me feel discomforted.
Are you discombobulated?
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, God, it's horrible.
Yeah, it is.
And you're so sweet.
I'm going to be like one of those people on the news. It'll be one of those freaky stories on the Mail Online. Man was...
radio presenter.
Yeah, man found dead with 8,000 spiders crawling out of his face.
Good movie, though, wouldn't it?
And this makes you laugh.
On the movie.
Getting pleasure out of my pain.
No, I'm going to make a movie on it and make money.
Right, okay. Well, you make the movie, you organise the finance, you do all the filming, and then we'll split it 50-50. What do you say?
But you'll be dead. You said man found dead.
Right.
You're not thinking straight, Nick.
I wonder why. Yeah. All right, Mandy, I got to go. Cheers, my dear. I'll try this one. Wimbledon. Hello, Robert.
Hello.
Robert.
Hi. I'm phoning up a very small point.
Yeah.
My dear old mum, who's 89, is one of your biggest fans.
Oh.
Is going to be very disappointed with my small point.
Yes.
I agree with you on all your political points and everything.
Of course.
She's always trying to get me to phone up.
Yeah.
But I have a very small point because you were saying there's only two ways to do What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol.
Yeah.
And then you tried to do a third.
I knew that there was a third, but I couldn't remember what it was.
There is a third.
What is it?
Because there's the game show, What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol?
Yeah.
there's the question, what's your problem with Nick and Carol?
Yes.
And then there's the answer. What's your problem, Nick and Carol?
But you missed out the with part.
That's just a small point, though.
So you got that wrong. Better luck next time. Another dissatisfied customer.
What the hell is going on?
Oh, it's like winter outside. Blooming awful. And what with that and the mad bat disease, there is hardly anybody about. Hardly anybody about. It's normally jam-packed, regardless of what the weather is. People sitting out in restaurants on the way into the show. There's restaurants and restaurants and restaurants, and they all got tables and chairs out and plastic covers and heat lamps and, all that stuff. Don't tell Greta Thunberg, she'll be furious. Heat lamps, Greta. But there's nobody out there at all. I've never seen anything like it. Even at Christmas on a Sunday, it's fuller than that. Where is everybody? Paul tweets, thank God that Nick Abbott is finally on LBC. God's got nothing to do with it. Don't bring her into it. And besides, there is no such thing as God. I'll prove it to you.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
He's the most powerful man in the world. Do you think God would put up with that? Of course not. No invisible space wizard is going to put up with that. Ain't that right, Donny?
Oh, shut up!
Noah tweets, has Steve Allen ever rung into your show? I don't think Steve Allen knows how to use a phone. That's the reason he doesn't take calls, is he hasn't quite mastered phones yet. I'll send you some instructions in the post. So Boris Johnson has called off plans for a spring... Oh, by the way, I'm very, very, very ill. Have I mentioned that?
Stop whining.
Boris Johnson has called off plans for a spring visit to the United States to see Donald Trump. Huh. I wonder why.
I think Donald Trump is clearly out of his mind.
Yeah, maybe Donny has heard that. And furthermore, heard this.
I have to say, when Donald Trump says that there are parts of London that are no-go areas, I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance that makes him, frankly, unfit to hold the office of President of the United States.
Have you ever heard that Boris Johnson actually be that forceful? Communicate with that much emotion? He really means that. Hey, Boris.
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
I mean, he's really annoyed when he's saying that. There's feeling behind that. He hates you, Donny. And Donny hates him right back. We refuse to do what we're told. And if there's one thing that a bully just cannot countenance, it's people not doing what they're told. So there's this ongoing transatlantic tension about Trumple Thinskin's insistence that we use our newfound freedom from the Democratic Rainbow Alliance of the European Union to do what he says, when he says, whether we like it or not. So the honeymoon didn't last very long, did it? I think we got as far as letting Trump rummage around our nethers, and now it's all off.
Disgusting.
And I was desperate for a huge and tremendous trade deal as well. And I bet this is all for the optics. Bozo is saying that he cancelled the trip to America. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Sure he did. It's our number one most important thing is to get a huge and tremendous trade deal from the United States of America, to crawl across the carpet with a begging bowl for a favour from Ancient Orange. And now he's cancelled the trip? Boris Johnson didn't cancel the trip. Donald Trump cancelled the trip. I betcha. I mean, even if he didn't, it's all for the optics. Bozo's accused of being Trump's plaything, so he acts tough in public, and he's going to rule against Donny on Huawei and taxing the American tech giants, and on Iran, and that woman who's accused of killing Harry Dunn. And now he's cancelled his trip to kiss the presidential ring. Meanwhile, I bet he sent 1,000 red roses and stripped Hallmark's shelves of Valentine's cards. Our PM is acting all aloof for our benefit. I bet Bozo's professing his undying love in private. Well, you're about 30 years too old for him, Boris, and about 8 stone too heavy. No offence. So our PM is said to have originally planned to visit Washington last month, and then the trip was moved to February, and now it's all off. Donny don't love you no more, Bozo. And number 10 insists that Boris Johnson cancelled the trip to concentrate on domestic politics and his new team of ministers. Yeah, right. As though Boris is hands-on. Come off it. He gets his minions to do all that. You know, the actual work. He's not into detail. He does his stand-up routine, the pantomime stuff. He did it with the first meeting of the cabinet. How many hospitals are going to open? 40. He's behind you. That stuff. That's what he does. The stand-up routine. And then he sweeps out, and the real brains in the outfit do the actual heavy lifting, like Dr. Evil. In the beanie cap. He's got, doing all the backstage machinations. Megamind. Does Dominic Cummings appear to you like he has a mega mind?
No.
No, not really. He's got a head big enough to have one. I bet his brain, if you shook his head, his brain would rattle around like one of those peas in a whistle. I mean, can you imagine Boris Johnson poring over reports of the cost-benefit figures of going ahead with HS2, for instance? Getting into the accounting nitty-gritty. Of course not. He thinks just like Donald Trump. I bet politicians all over the world are thinking, what would Donald Trump do? People will go around wearing that what would Jesus do wristbands. And then they usually are the kind of person that does the exact opposite of what Jesus would do. You've got religious types praying over Donald Trump just the other day. I mean, come on. If there was an actual God, I think he would have sent lightning bolts from space to eradicate the entire area. What did Jesus say about rich people again? Remind me. So he thinks, what would Donny do? I'll just say something that gets me a whoop and a cheer, and then he goes on the basis of that. Politicians all over the world are doing that now. You don't have to tell the truth. You don't even have to know anything. If you just appeal to the dinglings in front of you, then that'll do. You just got to get 30% of the population behind you, and you're home free. It's literally a get-out-of-jail-free card. Just got to get 30% of the population behind you, get the other parties to fight amongst themselves, and that's it. That's all you need to do. 40% tops. And you know what? All that government of the people thing, that's wearing a bit thin, isn't it? I mean, is anybody actually believing that? Are you taking in the government of the people? Come off it. He might as well say he's going to make Britain great again. I mean, when can you recall a Conservative government ruling in the interests of the little people, not leprechauns? I mean, they're just like the Labour Party. It's not that they are unique in that regard. They rule in the interests of the people that fund them. Of course they do. Otherwise, where will they get the money to survive? And who funds the Labour Party? Well, in large amounts, it's the unions. And millions of people who chip in a fiver. Small donors, And the Labour and the unions are working in the interests of millions of people. That's who funds the Labour Party. Well, who funds the Tory Party? Well, it's about 40 titans of industry. They write the big cheques. I mean, why wouldn't they? That's how the world works. You work for the benefit of the people that are paying you. I mean, is anybody surprised by that? But now now Boris Johnson's very, very concerned about the people of Preston. Okay, all right then. See it to believe it. And you know what? As we've engaged in this massive act of self-harm, we have put ourselves at the mercy of the least reliable person on earth.
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
The screaming Mimi in the White House. It's hard to believe that a country could be that daft. But we went ahead and did it anyway. And surprise, surprise, it's unraveling. Just like everything else that man touches.
Oh, shut up!
Last week, apparently, an apoplectic Donald Trump screamed down the line at Boris following the decision to approve that deal with Huawei. which apparently we need to approve because we don't have the money to put up our own phone masts. Do you believe that? I mean, that's just embarrassing, isn't it? We can't afford to do anything. But you know what? Phone masts seem like small beer because we're also getting the Chinese to build nuclear power stations here, which seems a little bit more serious to me, but then, I'm not an expert. But it's not about security considerations. This thing with Huawei and Donald Trump, he's putting his, stamping his little feet, his bizarrely small feet. I bet it's got nothing to do with security considerations. It's about Trump winning his demented trade war with China. I've got to stop doing that because with a sore throat already, I don't know how he keeps it up. How do you keep speaking like that, Donny? It's just this Chinese trade war. He wants so desperately to win it. Well, bad news, Donny, you lost already. But the dingalings at his safe space rallies don't know that. So if he keeps telling them, it's like he said in that book, The Art of the Deal. You tell people a lie 3 times, they'll believe anything. And like I said, politicians all over the world are thinking, you know what? What on earth have I been poring over the books for? People taking boxes and boxes of information home with them and doing homework in order to bone up on their subject. What's the point? Just spout any old guff that flits across your mind, and you say it 3 times and people believe it, regardless of how ridiculous it is. All you need is some comedy clown at the front. And they've got theirs and we've got ours. That's why people voted for him, wasn't it? 2 reasons. He's that funny bloke off the telly, and all of the other parties were busy toe-to-toe slugging each other into unconsciousness. So he didn't like the way that we said we refused to do what he said on Huawei, Donald Trump. And then there's a fury about us being so presumptuous as to ask the trillion-dollar tech companies to pay a little tax. Not very much. Just a little bit would be nice. He didn't like that, because that's us picking on those poor American companies, those poor trillionaires. And the thing about getting that woman who drove on the wrong side of the road to face the courts. And, of course, backing Ancient Orange in his war drumming over Iran.
I'll bring us into war.
Yeah. No doubt. If he's concerned that he's going to lose the next election, he will bring us into war. We'll be at war with Iran by this time next year. I betcha. Well, it's going to be before November, isn't it? So let's say late summer. Forthcoming attractions. It's all falling apart like a Boris Johnson marriage, which is bad news because we're desperate. And Trump knows it, and the EU knows it, and Japan knows it, and China knows it, and India, and every other nation on earth that we want to make a trade deal with. We left the most powerful trading bloc on earth to bob about on our own in a stormy sea looking for favours. Truly, we have taken back control.
Happy I am to be back in the studio, making a picture again.
Yeah, it's a radio show, dear. This says, have you located the invading spider in your nasal passage? He may have the coronavirus. Well, I was trying to get it out yesterday. I was banging on and on and on about this. Well, that's what I was told. I thought I barely mentioned it, because you know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
But I inhaled some foreign object. Not last night, but the night before. And I woke up with a start, because I thought, oh, God, what's that? And then you get this horrible taste in the back of your throat. There was definitely some sort of insect, an alien, had got inside my head. And the inside of my head is in a pretty bad shape ordinarily, is what you would hear if you put your ear to my head. But yeah, there's something inside of there. There's something inside of me. Inside the inside of me. And I do fear of being one of those stories in the news. You know, doctors pulled out a spider's nest of 10,000 eggs that were eating their way through this bloke's brain. I need all the brain cells I've got. But spiders, when they hatch, they're very, very small. They're like little specks. So roaming around my brain on the surface of my brain. It must be like like the moon to them. You know, like clangers. Oh my God, I've got clangers living in my head. Look of utter bewilderment from my glamorous assistant next door. Got no idea what clangers are. What do they teach them in school these days? I'm very disappointed in the kids. John says, don't say that you swallowed a dog, you hypochondriac. A dog? Well, I swallowed a spider, so I had to swallow a bird to catch the spider, and then I had to swallow a cat to catch the bird, and then I had to swallow a dog to catch the cat. And then it gets weird after that. Now I'm working from memory. I had this all written down yesterday. God, if only it was yesterday. This show would be much, much better than it is now. I think you've got to swallow a goat to get the dog. And how that works, I've got no idea. It's almost like that song wasn't realistic. Let's have a call in the West Midlands, which is a bit vague, but I'll just let it pass. Ranjit.
Hey, mate.
Ranjit.
Okay, a couple of things. You know, if you type into the internet, yeah, and type in, is Donald Trump the Antichrist?
Yes.
There's an article written by somebody.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because one night I was watching The Omen, and I had a few bevies, and there was a quote from the Bible. It says, the Antichrist shall rise from something like, not the White House, but a power.
Yeah.
You know, that one?
Yeah, he will come from Mar-a-Lago. I think that's what it says.
I don't know. I haven't got that much time to research it. The other thing about him causing another war in the Middle East, I told you yesterday that I think he's going to run off and try and conquer Venezuela because there's a lot of black oil there. I'm convinced. You know, all my mates having the same reaction as what you're doing.
What's that?
You know what? That laughing at me, thinking that I'm a crackpot.
Well, well, the evidence is beginning to stack up, Ranjit. Maybe you should take a hint.
No, but you know, okay, in the Middle East, it's always been about oil.
Well, of course it is. If the people in Iran and Iraq and Saudi Arabia and all the rest of it, if they sold dates for a living, if they hadn't by accident been born in a land where millions of years ago a mighty forest once stood and then disintegrated and bubbled and burbled over the millennia into oil, then we wouldn't even be answering their call, let alone selling them planes and weapons and getting them to meet the Queen.
Yeah, but down in Venezuela, there's plenty of oil.
Of course.
And a very weak government, And this thing about you swallowing a spider and then the bird and that.
Could have been a spider.
So to get rid of these dictators, Donny could swallow Putin. Putin could swallow Boris.
Actually, if it was a stand-up fight, my money's on Vladimir Putin. Vlad the Insano could take Donny in round one. It'd be easy.
Yeah. So obviously now Boris Johnson's not going to go and kiss the holy ring no more down in Washington. That's been guaranteed, Is he going to go over to China then once this disease is cleared up? Because
we're begging China for help as it is. There's practically nothing else that they can do that we aren't getting them to do already. They're going to build our nuclear power stations and they're going to build our next phone system. I bet they're building HS2.
They are. You know, all my life, I've been listening to people saying about the Labour Party that they put us into debt. But at least one day we might be able to pay that debt off. But if we sold the goddamn country to China or to the highest bidder...
Yeah, we've done that already. We don't own anything anymore, Ranjit. Name one thing that you would think was associated with Britain that is actually owned by a British person. I double dare you. Name one single thing. Go ahead.
Buckingham Palace, and that's falling apart, isn't it? If you could do with a paint job, couldn't it?
Buckingham Palace, really? Is that all you can do? Buckingham Palace? I was thinking about businesses. Buckingham Palace. Houses, of course.
Yeah, I don't... Well, to be honest, what belongs totally British...
Yeah, there isn't anything.
The unemployment office, that is...
Right, okay, yes. I'll give you that. All right, good work. Thanks a lot, Ranjit. 0345 6060 973. Sam says, your voice is funny because of the spider's nest in your sinuses. Thanks a lot, Sam. Now I feel much better. Now I know the reason why. He also says, or she, sexist. Also says Dom plus Dominic Cummings plus Boris Johnson. Dom plus Boris equals Doris. I like that. Francesca says, Nick, is there anyone you do like? Anyone at all? Really? You go from me criticising Boris Johnson and Donald Trump to I don't like anyone at all? God. I tell you what, Francesca, I like you. I like you so much, I've installed cameras in your home. If that makes you feel any better. Sophia, Bloomsbury.
Bonsoir. Comment allez-vous?
Buckle up, everybody. It's going to get weird. Go ahead.
I had a wonderful Valentine's Day.
You did?
Absolutely. I know. We spit.
Who with? Anyone you know?
Yeah, the very people exactly I wanted to be with. It was great.
Right.
And I agree with you. We don't want to have Dominic Cummings running the country, whatever Boris will do. But at the moment, we
don't want anybody that unruffled to run the country. I mean, Boris Johnson is just at the very outside edge of what is acceptable in a premier, but we don't want somebody who looks like he slept in a skip.
Absolutely. I mean, how did he get there? Just by persuasion. Well, it's a novel by Jane.
Well, he looks like he got there by being dragged behind a bus.
Indeed, absolutely. Anyway, we've got Hurricane Dennis, which I understand is the
Bacchanalian... Sophia. Don't step outside your home. Trust me, it's awful.
I've got an invitation, and I'm just very wants to go outside, but I think don't do it.
Trust me.
I take. I mean, the Bacchanalian god of wine. I'll just go by what it says.
Yeah, put it in the fridge. Keep it corked.
And have a few more dates for Eid. That will drive me on. And of course, there's my novel, Nuclear Man.
Yeah, but nobody's interested in that.
Well,
nobody reads books anymore.
Yeah, is there something to do with it? But if we're going to have anything to do with nuclear power, just do our own nuclear power station.
Actually, the only book that I've read in a while is, and this is very, very embarrassing, and I really shouldn't be saying this out loud. The only book I've read in a while is the Ladybird book of Brexit. I don't know who's writing those. Well, I should know because the names are printed right there in the book, but I can't remember what their names are. But whoever they are absolute flat-out geniuses, and they deserve all the money they're going to get.
Well, I love ladybirds anyway. Ladybird.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Houses and
those are insects. Maybe it's a ladybird insect that I inhaled. That is a possibility, yeah.
Yeah, we just tried the Bacchanalian wine, and that will get rid of all of these.
Okay.
Be done more easily.
Sure, why not? So, two of my favourite people sent me the Ladybird book of Donald Trump, and I read the first page.
He's no lady.
I read the first page, and I was laughing out loud. They are hilarious.
So the best thing is to just not bring any more Chinese culture into us.
Yeah, okay. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks a lot, Sophia. By culture, do you mean those little Petri dishes that people grow fungus in? There's a fungus among us. Yeah, maybe I've got the mad bat disease. Nobody has ever suffered more than I'm suffering right now.
Stop whining.
Yvonne says, about Boris won't meet Donald. Can Dominic stand in for Boris? No, he hasn't got the hair, Yvonne. And a man from Essex texts, it's windy as heck outside and lashing down, yet just gone 9, there was a knock at the door. I kid you not, it was a young man flogging cleaning products. I had to do a double take to make sure he wasn't wearing shorts. Shorts? What do you mean? What does he mean, shorts?
I don't know.
Right. Who are you?
I'm Luke.
Oh, right. How'd you do?
Good, how are you?
I'm right. Who are you?
It's going extremely well.
Oh, you know what? The reason there was a slight gap there, well, you probably didn't notice it, was because I thought I was going to sneeze. And so it was all hands on deck. But then it didn't happen. This happened to me yesterday. I thought I was going to sneeze over and over and over again. And you know what? I sneezed my face off as soon as the show was over. So maybe you can keep it at bay in an emergency. Danoon, Donald.
Hi there, Nick. How are you doing?
I'm great, mate.
Right. I'm phoning about the Huawei and Donald Trump and the new HS2 rail link.
Yeah.
With regards to, how it would help the country.
Right.
So my basic opinion is this would bail out this government for billions of pounds that they would have to then invest into the HS2. So why can't they?
Are you being coaxed? Coached, rather?
No, that is just Laura in my ear. She's also an avid listener and loves James, etc. No matter.
Well, James isn't here. That's nice.
Exactly. It's yourself I'm speaking to, and ourselves are talking, which is lovely. Now,
HS2.
So, HS2, and they can't even put in the other rail links, which are going to be standard rail. Now, the Chinese are saying that we can invest and build the whole project on a high-speed magnetic rail.
Oh, yeah.
Which is a lot quicker and a lot smoother.
Yeah. We're going to be spending hundreds of billions of pounds on the technology that the moment of its completion will be out of date. Which sounds like us.
It does indeed. But the way I'm looking at it is, if the Chinese were to come in and do this and take Huawei, I don't think it would actually affect our infrastructure with MI6 or what they're trying to say.
Well, how do you know? Well, how do you know? What do you know about it?
I'm not going to that. But
can I guess? Can I guess? Do you know nothing about it? You're just guessing.
I'm guessing.
Right.
But if the Chinese are willing to do that, see the billions that we would save.
Yeah.
Could get back into the NHS, could get back into schools.
But no, the NHS, Donald, I don't know whether you've heard or not, but the NHS is just fine. They've got an extra £350 million a week going into the NHS.
They're saying that.
Yeah, I read that on a bus.
Put a gong on that.
Yeah.
I do not trust Boris Johnson.
Really? I wonder why not. when has Boris Johnson ever told an untruth?
Well, let's look at straight bananas.
Let's look at what now? Straight bananas. Right. That was one of those things that he wrote about when he was
Let's look at the London Bridge.
Yeah.
Let's look at his architect he gets in to do all his stuff done. The millions and millions that have disappeared from the coffers.
Well, wait a minute. You're saying that Boris Johnson has stolen millions and millions of pounds?
He's putting it all out to his friend.
Well, let's not get carried away, Donald. I don't think you can say that, putting it out to his friend. You're talking about that architect. He wasn't an architect who designed the bridge. He was a designer. Well, I suppose architect, designer. Where's the line between the two? It was Thomas Heatherwick. I don't know why people were making such a big deal about Thomas Heatherwick being given the design to the London Bridge, which I was looking forward to crossing, by the way. That would have been an excellent addition to the centre of London. Much more so than those endless blocks of charmless flatlets that they're putting up in Vauxhall. God, that area just gets more and more hideous by the day, doesn't it? There's absolutely no character there of any kind whatsoever, and there's not one single building of any architectural merit. And yet they're still going up and up and up. The tiny little executive flatlets. That's what London needs. More £3 million flats that nobody's going to actually own. They're just going to rent out. The Malaysians will buy them, and people passing through will rent them. London is being sold out from underneath us. Still, if you just ignore what's going on in Vauxhall and here, there, and everywhere, baby, I think London just keeps getting better and better. And so, by the way, is Leeds, and I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with Glasgow, apart from it rains all the time. I bet it's raining right now, all over you. I can check that while you wait. Why doesn't my phone recognise my fingerprint anymore? It's the same blooming finger. It's me, you idiot. Right. Glasgow. Well, let's see. Raining tonight and raining tomorrow and raining on Monday and raining on Tuesday and raining on Wednesday and raining on Thursday and raining on Friday and raining next Saturday. Then, Raining on Sunday and raining on Monday and raining on Tuesday and raining on Wednesday and raining on Thursday and raining on Friday. It's raining every single day for the rest of this month. And probably your life. But apart from that, you know, this storm is going to be here till tomorrow afternoon. Like 40-mile-an-hour winds continuously. It's amazing anything's still standing, isn't it? Anyway, thanks very much, Donald. I've got absolutely no idea what that call was about, but it was excellent in every regard. It took up a lot of time. That's the most important thing. 0345 6060 973. Lisa texts. Lisa says, on a night like this, says, no need to worry if you swallowed this foreign body that I inhaled in my sleep. No need to worry if you swallowed it. The acid in your stomach would have eaten it instantly. You're absolutely fine, says Lisa. Despite all the evidence to the contrary. Do I sound absolutely fine?
No.
And I don't think it went into my stomach. It went up my nose. So it didn't go into my stomach. It hit the back of my throat and then staged a revolt. It started, but it tasted awful. And I think it's insects release some sort of chemical, don't they? Some sort of poison when they think they're under attack. Little did it know, I wasn't attacking it. It was attacking me. You believe that? Brian says, is the pest eating away at your brain? Yes, that is the only explanation I can find for the way this show's gone so far. That must be it. And Irina tweets, I don't know any biology, but I believe there is no access to the brain from the nostrils. I think the access is to the lungs. Well, you've already established that you're not an expert, Irina, so I can safely ignore everything that you say. Isn't there? Or what if it hits the back of my throat and climbs up? Doesn't it eventually reach my brain? What if I jam my finger up my nose like a really long way? Wouldn't I be able to tickle my brain? I'll give it a go. Let's have Lewisham. Hello, Hannah.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Hannah.
You sound really stuffed up.
Yeah, I've got a cold ear by nose.
Stop whining.
Okay. Well, actually, the first thing I want to say is that I can happily announce...
You can what?
I can happily announce that I have successfully, so far, since they all came back from Christmas, so far avoided hearing Boris Johnson or seeing him on telly.
Wow.
And I'm so happy about that.
How did you manage that?
Yeah. Where
He's everywhere.
Anytime he comes on the radio, I just turn it
Reach
down.
for the remote, yeah.
Yeah, and then the same thing on the TV.
Yes.
I just don't want to know.
Well, quite right too.
Anyway, his whole new cabinet is being called the Stepford Wives.
Right.
You've seen that film, haven't you?
A long time ago. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
They're just a bunch of robots.
Yeah, and they all these husbands in this small town in America, they lobotomize their wives. So that these wives of theirs have absolutely no agency at all.
Really? I don't remember it like that, but as I say, it was a very, very long time ago that I saw this film. But anyway, go on. I'll take your word for it.
Except to serve their husbands' every single need, in and out of bed. I think I've been trying hard to remember what they do to them, and I think it is. They do a surgical procedure.
Really? Well, don't tell us. See, now we know. Spoiler alert.
Sorry. Yeah, so my abiding image is from that film is lots of these lobotomized zombie wives.
Yeah.
With a permanent smile on their face, lugging a large trolley about in a mega supermarket, just like, you used the
Well,
right
you've
word.
described these new cabinets to a T.
Yeah. And they are being referred to. I don't know if Private Eye will do a splurge on, the Stepford Wives theme. But absolutely.
Well, forthcoming attractions on a newsstand near you. Yeah, you're just giving them ideas now. I think they pay good money for ideas like that.
they've got the talent without my input in it.
I'm amazed it's still going, aren't you? I mean, it's not cheap, and it's been going for so long. There can't be many humour magazines of any type that I can think of that have been going for such a long period of time.
Yeah, I used to buy in Punch as well. Do you remember?
Well, Punch, yeah. Quite a while ago now, recently after it stopped being published, I went into a newsagent and I'd forgot it wasn't out anymore. And I said, have you got Punch? And he said, no, we don't do boxing magazines. Hannah, you're stepping all over my material.
Instead of getting Punch, try the oldies, Nick.
Yeah,
that went ages ago. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I'm amazed. Given all the court cases against Private Eye, and funding-wise, they're still going. Loads of newspapers have gone.
That's right.
Over the cliff.
I'm amazed that we still have as many as we do. Well, who's going to be next to die? Place your bets.
Yeah. Anyway, Stepford Wives.
Yeah, okay, I got it. All right, Stepford Wives. Good work. Thanks a lot, Hannah. 0345 6060 973. Did you hear that I went into a newsagent's a couple of decades ago and I asked if they had Punch? Rintra tweets, we are only 10% human. The remaining 90% is bacteria. And other things you don't want to know about. I wouldn't worry about a little spider in your gullet. My gullet? Why would it be in my pant? Oh, gusset. Gullet, you mean? Right.
Lightheaded. That's what I feel.
Yeah, maybe it's because of this antibacterial gel that somebody left in here that I thought, maybe that'll be a good idea. I should use that. You know what? Tastes awful. 0345 6060 973. John texts, I doubt you swallowed a spider. It's more likely a centipede. They are far more common, just trying to make you feel better. Oh, yeah, that's great, John. Thanks. Yeah, 6 legs. Now it's 100. That makes me feel much better. Ipswich. Hello, Gary.
Hiya, Nick.
Gary.
Last time I read a Punch was in the dentist's waiting room, and it was about 5 years old.
Yeah.
But I always knew how rich the dentist was with the magazines he had. They were always cabin cruisers, classic cars, holidays in faraway flung places, big glossy magazines that you think, wow, this is another world. But and then I thought, hang on, I'm subsidising this bloke's way of life.
Yeah, I went to the dentist the other day and there was a Bentley parked outside, and I thought, well, that's just rubbing it in.
He could have come in his second car, couldn't he?
Yeah.
That'd probably been a Porsche.
And speaking of magazines, I went to, I had a bad back. Did I mention that I had a bad back?
Stop whining.
And so I went to the physio, which was just up the road, and the only thing they had to read was Running magazine. Oh, Struth. I can't think of a less interesting thing to flip through. A sewing magazine would have been more interesting than that. Running? How can you make a magazine out of running?
Are you a bit of a hypochondriac?
No, I'm just always ill.
Oh, okay. but you managed to do 16 on the trot over Christmas. So,
yeah, no kidding. Yeah, and ordinarily I work a full 6 hours a week, so so there you are.
I just wondered if you ever had the knock-on effect. I had this thing that happened to me yesterday. The postman called while I was indisposed, and there was a whole bundle of letters come through. I didn't look at them.
Letters? You get letters?
Yeah, I know, it's terrible.
Do you get letters? I never get letters. I can't remember the last time I got a letter. A letter? Nobody gets letters anymore. Who is sending you letters?
Well, the Dart Charge mob, they've sent me 2 this week, so...
What's Dart Charge?
Oh, that's because I didn't pay the fee within...
That's not a letter.
I know, it's a threat.
Yeah, it's what is it? Yeah, exactly. It's a bill. Bills? Yeah. Everybody gets bills, but letters. I mean, when was the last time that anybody got a letter?
I get a few things from different clubs and whatever.
Yeah, but that's not a letter either. That's just a circular.
Yeah, but...
I mean when somebody actually sat down and wrote you a letter by hand, on paper, not on a computer screen, a letter. I think it would be a marvellous thing to receive, don't you?
Well, yeah. I think it should catch on if people start doing it.
If people started doing it. Well, I hate to break the news to you, Gary, but that's what people used to do.
I know. Well, in amongst all this pile of rubbish that was on the floor,
yeah,
there was a note saying he'd stuck 2 parcels next door.
Oh, great.
So I thought, I'll go and get them. Anyway, I've gone and got me 2 parcels. The guy next door said, "Oh, I'm not working next week. I'll do that job you asked me to quote for, because I have a little bit of work done."
What job? I'll do it.
Well, can you do plastering?
Well, I've never tried it before, but I'll give it a go.
Yeah, well, £100 a day.
Well, we can negotiate afterwards, but just write me a blank cheque and I'll fill in the amount. Plastering looks like magic to me. It looks like a feat of prestidigitation. How do they do that?
I know. Well, they sort of turn a horrible squidgy patch into something nice and smooth.
I know. It's like a miracle.
Every time I've done it, I've got mine looks like Artex, and I think, God, what a mess.
Well, I've tried it on the smallest area. There'll be a crack in the wall, and you try and fill it, and then you sand over it, and then you paint over it. And I try to do the right thing, and it just looks like a giant accident.
Yeah, no, I know the guys that do it, and when they make a whole wall smooth, you think.
How have they done that? Well, never mind about the walls. What about the ceilings? How do they do that?
Yeah, they're working from looking up and with the arms up, and I agree.
Because gravity is bound to affect it in some way. Even though gravity is actually a force of magnets, everybody knows that.
I did have a guy who actually made an Artex ceiling smooth, and I couldn't work out how he done that either. He turned it into the smoothest ceiling after it was that horrible Artex of all the little
the most amazing part about that is people used to think that Artex was a good idea, or that wallpaper that has lumps in it. What do they call that stuff?
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah.
It's not Hessian, but it's like your wall has a disease, it's like the measles or something.
Yeah, loads of little spots,
little lumps all over it. Yeah. Why? Why would you want lumps on your wall? I once had, the first flat I ever bought was an old couple had lived there for about 50 years. And they'd last decorated it about in the 1970s, and they'd covered every vertical surface in Hessian. You know what Hessian is? It's like somebody had superglued a field to the wall. It was the worst stuff ever, and it does not come off, like, at all. I had to. I eventually I thought, well, either I'm going to just live with it or burn the place down.
Did they leave anything in the loft?
No, there was no loft.
Oh, you didn't go up and check?
No, there was no loft. It was a flat. No loft. No loft, no basement.
Shame. Because that's half the fun when you get a new house, seeing what they've rushed away and left.
Yes.
But, there you go.
Old bits of soap. That was about it.
But my knock-on thing, I picked my parcels up, arranged for him to come round at 12 o'clock today to quote us and just say how long it would take and whatever. So I've gone away. I've gone back in the house. I've got my parcels. I've got my pile of notes and letters from whatever. So I've chucked away circulars. I've looked at the letters and opened one. And then I realised, what's this? And it's not mine. It's for next door, number 3. And so I've sealed it up, put tape over it, and said, sorry, opened by mistake, number 2, And then I've gone and put it through his letterbox door.
So what was it? You accidentally read it from top to bottom, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Yes.
All I know is some sort of solicitor's letter, and it was nothing to do with me. And I was thinking, what's this about? And then I looked at the name, and I thought,
oops.
Anyway.
Yeah,
nearly. So I put it back through his letterbox. He's just coming round today at 12. I've got home from work at 6 this morning, and I thought, well, I won't go to the cigarette card club because he's coming at 12 to check out the Landon. And
the cigarette card club. What does that mean?
Well, it's what old fogies do. They go to a cigarette card club and they buy cards.
You're kidding?
Yeah, that still exists.
Really? What do you want to do that for?
Well, there's a lot of football stuff and there's a lot of old fellas.
It's an
that are
amusement.
all,
I get it. It's something to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway,
so I put that off. I've got up early. Bearing in mind I work nights, so I didn't get home till 6 this morning.
Yeah.
And then I've got up at 10. I've had a quick tidy round, made sure there's nothing lurking that shouldn't be on show, and thought, right, incoming quote, and
you've got about 20
whatever.
seconds to wrap this interminable story up.
And then he never turned up.
Well, that's a builder for you. Of course he didn't turn up. You didn't expect him to show up when he said he was going to show up.
And I
I'll
kept
show up
thinking,
first thing
was it
Monday
'cause of the
morning, you
letter?
said. Yeah. Oh, with the letter, right. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Got to go,
All right.
Gary. Thanks a lot, mate. So, well, that wasn't worth it, was it? Never mind. Never mind, eh?
Do you mind telling me what this is all about?
Not sure. Not yet, anyway. A couple of hours to determine that. John says, I doubt you swallowed a spider. It's more like... Oh, no, I read that. Yeah, it's not 6 legs, it's 100. Yeah, I read that one already. Ivor says, get some Sterimar seawater nasal spray. Chemists only. I most certainly will do nothing of the sort, Ivor. That doesn't sound like a very good idea. What do you want to squirt seawater up your nose for? David says, evening, Nick. Dominic Cummings is Gollum in flip-flops. Dominic Cummings is Gollum in flip-flops. Well, that is a good point. So if he's Gollum, then I suppose Bozo is Mr. Frodo. No, well, actually, he's not Mr. Frodo, is he? He's Frodo's sidekick. Samwise Gamgee, or whatever his name is. Stupid fat hobbit. That's it. He is Gollum in flip-flops. My precious. Alex says, a pedant types. Nick, sorry to hear about your spider problem in the old nasal cavity. However, point of order, on last night's show you were calling a spider an insect all night. It's not an insect, it's an arachnid. Just saying. You're welcome, he says.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, arachnids are insects. Any fool know that. I mean, that's just geography. Did you learn nothing in school? His call in Enfield. Hello, John.
Oh, good evening. I'm Spartacus, of course. You realise that, don't you?
Yeah, are you?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nobody wants
I'd like to talk about Banksy's new mural that he did about a week or so ago in Bristol on the side of a house.
Yeah.
A girl slinging at you know, the corporations and so on, you know.
Is she? Well, I only saw a small picture of it.
Roses, actually.
Is that what it is? Right, okay.
She's singing
Slinging roses. Right.
So could you actually give me your interpretation of that?
No, I can't.
But I can give you an interpretation.
Well, I didn't ask. I can't speak much about
I know
it.
you never asked.
Well, there you are then.
But I can advise you how to get rid of, unscrambling your brain
my ignorance.
with a single entry into your body.
One moment, please. No, I've briefly seen a picture because my interest in Banksy is this small. It's microscopic.
Well, he's a very, very clever guy.
Well,
that thing he did of the
sure
monkeys in Parliament was done about 10 years ago.
Right. Well, if you say so.
So he's right on the ball, as the saying goes.
He looks like a cartoonist to me, but anyway.
No, he's a very talented person. He's got a brain.
Well, I don't know about that.
There's no doubt about that.
Well, there is some doubt about that.
He does, actually.
It's just stencils. That's all it is. It's blooming stencils.
Well, he would do that. He can't. I know it's with stencils and so on, but the thing is, it still comes from his talent, doesn't it?
Yeah, but so cartoonists in newspapers aren't considered artists.
Yes, but the thing is, he's attacking people like the ombudsman and so on, who are useless. Incidentally, the fire brigade, they're not too good.
What?
The fire brigade are not too good.
He's attacking the fire brigade? Why would he be attacking the fire brigade?
Fires before they start.
Yeah, but never mind about that. Can't
I'll
attack
tell
the
you
fire
how to
brigade.
do that if you want to know.
No, I don't.
If you want to go into the paranormal,
I'm absolutely
I can't
not
go into
interested
the
in that,
for you.
John.
I beg your pardon?
I've heard that call many, many times from you, banging on and on and on and on about it. You and your blooming
Well, it's very important. I've already saved hundreds of lives during the in the 80s and so on with uninterruptible power supply systems, which cut off the supply which I've told you within 20 nanoseconds, within half a cycle of a 50 cycle supply.
Yeah, no doubt.
So the fires wouldn't start within the building. They only put out fires after they started.
John,
I was putting out fires before they started.
Yeah. You want to tell this to
feedback.
You want to tell this to an electrical engineer, John?
I am an electrical engineer, you clown. You ought to go in for. You ought to become a clown. You'd be very good, you know.
Yeah.
You know, you could. Bring you on.
I've already got the car. The wheels fall off, and the wall.
You turn tragedy into jokes.
Sure.
I beg your pardon?
Absolutely. I've already got the comedy car. Don't you worry about that.
You've got which?
Never mind.
No, repeat it.
I will certainly do nothing of the sort, threatening
Why
me.
Not? But you can get away with it. You've got the red button and so on, you know.
Yeah. So, anyway, what's your interpretation of this Banksy cartoon?
Well, the thing is, of course, as I say, he's related it to David and Goliath, isn't he?
Is he?
Yes. The girl has been David has been replaced by the girl. Yeah. She's slinging roses at the corporations and so on. There's no corporations
in that cartoon. It's just a wall.
I know, but you've got to interpret it. You know you can't attack the government directly.
He doesn't do interpretation. He doesn't do subtlety, John Banksy. He does in your face.
Does it very, very well.
Glance at it and get it. It's just
the general public don't have the knowledge
jokes
to appreciate what he's doing.
Yeah, I don't know. He seemed to be one of those artists who got lucky to me.
He hasn't got lucky at all. He's got extreme talent, and he's on the ball as far as politics is concerned.
I think a lot of the artists that have actually made the most money over the most recent decades have all got lucky.
You're not attacking them enough.
Slender talent, massive luck. Damien Hirst, for instance. Let's talk about Damien Hirst. Precious little observable talent. I mean, if you actually saw what he could create.
I want to talk about Banksy.
Yeah, we've done that already.
He's the leader of the pack.
God, you are dyspeptic,
attacking the government and the corruption that exists.
Oh, please! The best thing he's ever done is to do a big picture of people in the Houses of Parliament, and they're all monkeys, which again is just a one-line joke.
Such couldn't you? Really, they're in it for the cash. All of them are there. That's what they're after, and titles and so on. And they just use algorithms. I'll repeat that word again. I'll put the L in to cover the ground and so on. They turn truth into lies.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Sure, okay, all right. Take a chill pill, John.
You take care.
Just relax.
I told you, if you'd like to ring back, I can't say it over the air, but I can tell you how to unscramble your brain by the entry of one finger into your body.
I'm holding up one of my fingers at you right now,
okay.
John. Well, all right, thanks a lot, mate. Blimey, what a mood. No, it seems to me like the artists are making the most money over the past couple of decades are those with the least observable talent. I think that's probably correct. Banks is just a cartoonist. Just like the guy on the front page of the Daily Telegraph every day is a cartoonist. And every newspaper's got one. The Daily Mail's got one. Is he funny?
No.
No, not yet. Not yet. Keep trying, though. Every day and every way you're getting funnier and funnier. Well, that's the idea, anyway. Damien Hirst got a lot of money, no end of money, but if you see what he's actually created with his own hands, not that great. If you see any of his paintings, well, then you'd be hard-pressed to stifle a giggle. Tracy. Let's talk about Tracy. I mean, come on. I went to see one of her exhibitions. The last major exhibition she had in London, it was about 100 scribbles of her personal area.
Disgusting.
Just over and over and over again, the same blooming thing. And most of them don't actually create the stuff with their own hands. They just get other people to do it for them. You know, ideas people. I could do that. It's just a matter of luck. If you're the person that, gets appointed by the art establishment to be the next thing. And if you're the next thing, then you get to earn £100 million by not doing very much. And if you're not, you get nothing. That's how the art world works. Well, that's how all show business works, really. Football, acting, all the rest of it. People think that, every now and again, somebody like, Tom Cruise will get interviewed and he'll say to a crowd of budding actors, all you got to do is work hard and you'll make it eventually. You'll make it in the end, says Tom Cruise. No, you won't. There was 10,000 people who were exactly like Tom Cruise when he was coming up, when he was an unknown. And they all fell by the wayside because they weren't lucky. And the reason that you only get to hear the story of somebody's success and they say, just work hard, that's all you've got to do, and you'll make it in the end. The only reason that you get to hear people like that is because they don't interview any of the other people that didn't make it, who tried to work hard, and they didn't make it. Life is luck. But the people that make it don't like to admit that. They like to kid on that they only got to where they are through their own genius and effort. No, it's just random rolls of the dice. Life, that's all it is. Kath texts, how did you feel when you heard that Rory Stewart wants to sleep with you? He's hoping to sofa surf his way to London Mayor. I hope he does it too. Good bloke, says Kath. Yeah, that was one of the most bizarre things I've read this year. You know, in a year that so far has been crammed with bizarre things. Rory Stewart wants to sofa surf, and he wants to kip on your sofa, Londoners, in order to experience what it's like to be one of the little people, not leprechauns. By which method he's going to inveigle his way into our hearts and become the next London mayor. Well, I mean, Paul says, you often say that people use Google. I often say that people should Google something. Other search engines are available, but nobody ever uses them. That's what I say. He says, there are other search engines available, but nobody uses them. Oh, so right, okay. I should have read on, shouldn't I? Don't correct at the beginning of a sentence. Read to the end of the sentence and see if it needs correcting, you idiot. Anyway, he says, Nick, you often say people use Google. There are other search engines available, but nobody uses them. Have you tried DuckDuckGo? It's brilliant, he says. He just wants me to do this. Playing me like a puppet. DuckDuckGo. What's it called that for? You're a young person. Why is it called DuckDuckGo?
I've never heard of it.
Oh, God. He doesn't know who the clangers are. He's never heard of DuckDuckGo. Awful. Let's have I think this constitutes abuse in the workplace. I'm very, very sorry.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I mean, I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
I'm apologetic. Hendon, hello, Peter.
Hello, Nick.
Peter.
Trump.
Yeah.
And I think it's a very sad day, really.
Yeah, they've fallen out.
I'm thinking, but I'm thinking on the long run about Nigel Farage. He wouldn't know whether he's coming or going now, would he? I mean, he's half time in England, and then message to America. He goes to America. Message to England comes to England. And the only people that can really be happy with this situation is the climate people. Cut Nigel's mileage down.
Yeah.
And of course the rest of the world.
Hey, I was about to play that Nigel Farage phone call. You know, when somebody said that something really, really traumatic. I used to be a Brexiteer, and I used to want to remain in the European Union, and then something really traumatic happened. And I was going to play that call, but somebody's deleted it from my from my bank of sound effects here.
Oh dear.
It's and it's not the only thing that they've deleted either. There's loads of things that have been deleted.
Yeah.
Somebody's trying to interfere with this super show. You believe that?
I don't know. I think it's going to be very sad. We'll leave Nigel motherless, I suppose you say. Yeah, motherless. He won't have anywhere to turn.
Yeah. You're like
time of need.
Like one of the motherless children. Get Eric Clapton on the phone and he'll play it for us. All right, thanks a lot, Peter. 0345 6060 973. Right, so I wanted to write this one, the Farage call. I've got a whole list of things that somebody's come in and just deleted off off my system here. You imagine that? 0345. See, I want the name of the person that did it. Maybe you can work back through the system and find out who did this. Is that possible?
You can look on CCTV, maybe?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look on CCTV. Chertsey, hello, Tony.
Hi there, Nick. Nick, if you get a sample of something that's likely to have the DNA of the perpetrator in...
Oh, that's a good idea.
And I'll tell you.
Well, their fingerprints, yeah.
Yeah, sort of, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so artists then, Nick, artists. Who is your favourite artist?
Well, if I had to pick one, and if I was only allowed one, it would have to be Van Gogh.
Uh-huh. Why?
I don't know, it just speaks to me. Why? How can you say why?
Well,
it just is or it isn't. That's the end of it. It's like, why? It's like, what kind of music do you like? There is no why. Yeah. It's just, you just have the answer, and that's that.
No, but the way you answer it is interesting.
Is it?
Yeah, to me.
The way I answer it? What do you mean?
Well, what's encased in your answer?
Encased in it?
Well, what your answer is. Yeah, what your answer is. You know, what words you use. You know, how you describe what you feel about Van Gogh.
Right.
And what's of his paintings, of his work, what do you appreciate the most?
The colour, the subject matter, the way with the way with his brush.
No, which particular example of his art?
Well, the one thing that I saw in it was an exhibition, I think, at the National Gallery. And I had all sorts of different pictures in there, but there was one image. It was relatively small, and it was of two oranges. And I've never seen anything that rooted me to the... Well, not quite never seen anything, but I can't remember seeing something that rooted me to the spot quite as much as a more simplistic image of just two oranges in a bowl. But it was absolutely stunning. So that.
Okay, that sounds pretty good. Anybody else? Any other artists?
Oh, blimey, where's this going, Tony?
Well, I'm hoping to get it to Canaletto, who I love.
Oh, well, Canaletto, yeah. Chiaroscuro, yeah, of course.
No, what's that? I don't know that.
It's the dark and light. Much of Canaletto's work is very, very dark, and then he bursts through. You know, the background is very dark, like Rembrandt.
Yeah, pretty good. Okay, what about modern artists? I think you were mentioning Banksy earlier. Not too convinced, I think, that he's any good.
Right, no, it's not that he's not... I'm not saying that he's not any good, but it's that people have elevated what he does to high art. But it's not, he's just a cartoonist.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I've never actually seen any of his work.
Of course you have, he's in the news all the time.
No, I haven't.
Oh, get lost. You must have done. Well, you might not have realised that what you were looking at is supposed to be high art because it just looks like a cartoon.
Right. Oh, no, yes, of course, I have seen some of his.
Yeah.
There was one in the papers recently, or in the news recently, that was
Yeah, some girl was chucking something at the wall. I couldn't quite make it out. I didn't really pay much attention because I'm not that interested. But the news story was that it had increased the value of the house that it was painted on by a six-figure amount until some dope came on and drew graffiti all over it. Drew a rude word all over it.
Disgusting.
Thereby, diminishing its value, apparently. Although you'd think that if, one graffiti artist has got his work written over by another graffiti artist, who's to say that other graffiti artist is not also a seller of high art?
Yeah.
I mean, just look at Jean-Michel Basquiat. I mean, that stuff's rubbish. It sells for tens of millions of pounds. Modern art world is just it's just so weird. But anyway, Tony, this ain't gonna. Nobody's interested in art.
I think they are.
I don't think they are. I challenge you to have a conversation on the air and get people to call in about art. It cannot be done. Nobody cares. I go to art galleries all the time, and they are quite often full, but not with British people, tourists.
Right. What about the Dulwich Art Gallery? Been there?
Yeah.
What did you think?
I think it's the oldest art gallery is it in the world or certainly in the country? I think it's okay.
It's pretty old. Yeah, that's right.
They do good. They do good coffee there. I do know that.
Do they?
If that helps, yeah.
Right, yeah. Yeah, well, I'm sure it does. So coffee is one of your favourites, is it then, Nick?
Oh, God, what is this, Tony? It sounds like a therapy session.
Well, I don't know. You don't mind talking about coffee, do you?
Well, I do. I'm doing a show at the moment.
Go on, then. Go on.
Yeah, okay. I'll carry on doing my show, and you can sit there, and I don't really care. But anyway, Tony, it's been it's been something. I don't quite know what it was, but it was something. That I am absolutely certain. Budge texts, hey, Nick, that thing in your head, in your case, Nick, I think it's called a space invader. Rude. And Wendy says, do you have a metallic taste in your mouth? And I don't mean the band. Well, actually, yes. I did have a metallic taste in my mouth, which is probably very, very bad news, isn't it? I've got, is that one of the effects of catching the mad bat disease? Have I mentioned that I'm ill?
Stop whining.
0345 6060 973. Daniel in Hendon says it's wood chip wallpaper. That's right. Why would anybody in their right minds put wood chip wallpaper on anything? What for? Why wood chip wallpaper and not just flat wallpaper? I mean, if you're going to cover up, an uneven wall, as decorators are wont to do, rather than go and fill in all the cracks, just put some wallpaper over it. But why wood chip wallpaper? What's that for? And Anne says, I got a cigarette card book. Oh, right. That came out of the blue. People still trade cigarette cards. Bizarre. I got a cigarette card book, says Anne. Wild Flowers, 1940s. Ka-ching. I might be very rich. 50p, anybody? I won't accept the Brexit one. A whole new world for you, says Anne. Yeah, well, that sounds like a good idea. I'm going to take up cigarettes. Because apparently they come with cards. That's if I live long enough, then it'll be a really enjoyable thing to do. An enjoyable pursuit. And Jim says, how come you drive from one end of the country to the other without getting any bugs on your windscreen? You go to bed at night and you get a spider and a centipede up your nose. Well, that's an excellent point. The insect world is getting me back for all of the ones that I killed in my youth. They used to get covered. The front of your car used to be absolutely covered with them. Now you can drive hundreds of miles and not hit a single one. But if you fall asleep, then you will inhale them. What's really bizarre is that the previous week somebody had written in saying that, and I didn't believe it at the time, or now in fact, but it's just a coincidence that they said, hey, you know what? In your lifetime, you inhale dozens of spiders in your sleep. And I thought, what rubbish. And then practically the very next night, it happened.
How are you?
I'm, not that good, actually. But you know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Glenn says, you seem to be falling between two stools at the moment. You claim to be an art aficionado, yet you do not like Banksy. It doesn't add up. Well, three things. Couple of three things there, Glenn. A, I do not and have never claimed to be an art aficionado. I wouldn't even know what that means. And I'm not liking, even if I was, not liking Banksy doesn't mean to say that you are not an art aficionado, but I'm not. I just like looking at art, that's all. What's wrong with that? It's not bizarre, is it? Well, it's a little bit strange. It is weird, though, that the tourist hotspots, people come to this country for our culture, and yet people in this country don't appear to be remotely bothered. You go to a gallery in London, and there ain't no Londoners there. They're all tourists. And I'm not an art aficionado. I just like looking at it, that's all. It's like I'm not an expert on music. I just like listening to it. You don't have to be an expert or an art aficionado to enjoy looking at art. Just like you don't have to be a musical expert to like, music. You've got two options. You either like Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd and Joe Walsh, or you're wrong. Those are your options. This says, I agree with you about talentless artists. I had the misfortune to briefly date one who patiently tried to explain that I didn't understand art because I'd never studied art. Again, that's completely unnecessary. You don't need no education. You don't need no thought control.
Rock and roll!
Jürgen says, no. Bill says, the problem with artists like Banksy and Damien Hirst is that they're all wet liberal types. They're all wet liberal types. Time for some more right-wing artists who can highlight the opportunities of Brexit to the public. I think that Bill is trolling us. Back under your bridge, troll. It is interesting that that most artists do tend to be wet liberal types. I mean, you could think of rock and rollers. They're probably on the fingers of one hand. Could you think of right-wing rock and rollers? I mean, there's Ted Nugent, and then you run out. Name another right-wing rock and roller. There aren't any. I mean, but maybe it's that there are numerous, but they prefer not to speak about it because they know they'll get a beer can chucked at them. Similar with artists. And Simon says, wood chip is used because it can be used on uneven plastered walls and it can be painted over regularly and it's cheap. Well, that's okay. Two good reasons. Looks awful, though. There's no doubt about that. You know, maybe it's because I'm very, very... Have I mentioned that I'm very ill?
Stop whining.
Maybe it's because of that this show seems to have taken a weird turn. Because I was going to talk about something that, occupies our every waking thought. And is one of the reasons that this country is in the place that it's in right now. I was going to talk about immigration.
Oh, no.
Yes. Because this is what our new government is all about. Because they're following Donald Trump's lead. Everything that Donald Trump does, it appears that we are going to be doing it shortly afterwards. In much the same way as we've followed America since the 1950s. They invented teenagers, and from that moment on, we slavishly followed them every step of the way. What they did, it used to be that we would do 5 years later. And then with the speed of modern technology, it just got faster and faster and faster, and now it's practically in a blink of an eyelid. So, in the first meeting of his new cabinet, Boris Johnson and his team signed off on this new Australian-style points-based immigration system. You know that, right? Keeps going on and on and on about it, which is bizarre because the Australian points-based immigration system was invented in Australia in order to increase the immigration to that country. Still, I'm sure that Boris knows what he's doing. I couldn't say that with a straight face. I tried. I did try. Home Office Analysis estimates that this system is expected to slash the number of low-skilled workers by 90,000 a year. And what could possibly be wrong about that? Well, let me count the ways. In most cases, skilled migrants are going to have a job offer paying more than £25,600 a year. That's a lower threshold than currently applies to migrants from outside the EU. There's also points they can earn, and you know what points make? Prizes! Migrants can also earn points for how well they speak English. And in some cases, migrants taking jobs paying as little as 23 grand could be granted visas depending on their skills. And that all sounds very nice until you actually think about it, which is probably the plan. You know, keep saying things that sound nice and expect that the people won't think about them. A minimum wage job, think about it like this. A minimum wage job, of which there are many, pays about 15 grand a year. And a migrant from inside the EU is, after, January the 1st, going to have to earn 25,600. So considerably more than a minimum wage job. A minimum wage job pays about 15 grand a year. So let's say 20 grand to be generous. That's £10 an hour, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, 50 weeks a year. And that's what's earned by cleaners, factory workers, labourers, cooks, waiters, pub staff, farmhands, security staff, porters, care staff, support workers, credit controllers, shop workers, teaching assistants, drivers, telesales, waste disposal operatives. You know waste disposal operatives, don't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, those people. Packers and welders and sewing machinists and laptop repairers and compliance coordinators, whatever they are. All of those people are earning about £15,000 to £20,000 a year. All of those jobs currently, to some extent, being done by immigrant workers. Everything around you was made by or delivered by immigrant workers who were paid under the proposed limit of £23,000 a year. That's proposed by the People's Government. You know, they keep banging on about that. We're the People's Government. We're going to hear that so often. They're going to be hammering that into us until we start believing it. Anybody believing it yet?
No.
The People's Government. We're all in Donald Trump's world now, you know. You know, in 18 British industries, EU immigrants make up over 20% of the workforce. Nearly half of employees in the fruit and vegetable processing and preserving sector are from EU countries. Half. A similar proportion are involved in meat processing. More than a third, 37%, processing fish. A third of those people are EU migrants, which is comical. Our supposedly precious fishing industry, which is one of the main reasons given by Brexiters for leaving the EU, is reliant on EU workers. If we stop EU workers coming here, the industry we left the EU to protect will die. Isn't it ironic? Get Alanis Morissette on the phone and she'll sing it to us.
Rock and roll!
13% in the hotel and catering trade are EU workers. A third of translators are EU immigrants. I mean, if we get rid of them, we might want to talk to the rest of the world someday, but we'll have no idea what they're saying. And think who funds the Tory party. It's not like Labour, which is funded by organisations and individuals representing millions of people. The Tory party is funded by a few individuals, representing a few individuals, millionaires and billionaires. And what industries are they in? Hospitality, construction, the care industry, manufacture, businesses that rely on immigrant workers. I mean, do you think that they collectively give millions of pounds to a party expecting them to put them out of business? That's not why people give money away. It's not going to happen. And the employment rate in this country is higher now than it's been for 50 years. We can't get a pool of unemployed British people to do these jobs. There aren't any, there isn't a pool of unemployed British people. So we'll either have to get EU workers to do the jobs, as they do now, or we'll have to look further afield, to the Commonwealth perhaps. And I've got bad news for Brexiters. We aren't going to get Canadians and Australians coming here to do those jobs. They're too rich. It'll be Jamaicans and Malawians. And as I've said many times, if the average Brexiter voted to have fewer white Polish people on their street and more people from Bangladesh and Botswana, then I'm an upright vacuum cleaner. One of those low-powered ones that the EU insists we use. No! But the supposed rules about earnings aren't the end of it. All migrants will have to have a secure job offer in place before they get here, with points awarded for areas where there are shortages. Those with higher levels of education or those who were educated in the UK will also earn more points. A Downing Street office spokesperson said the system will be simpler and fairer and will not discriminate between countries and would return democratic control of immigration to the British people. Horse feathers. We, the people, won't have any control. What are they on about? It sounds good, but it's a fantasy, all this taking back control. And besides, at no point in the past 30 years has the number of EU immigrants to the UK been higher than the number of immigrants from outside the EU. Not in any year. The PM stressed that we must demonstrate that the UK is open and welcoming to talent from across the world, but the new system would end reliance on importing cheap, low-skilled labour, bringing down immigration numbers overall. That's what number 10 said. Well, I'd get ready for some creative accounting, because if Britain relies on those workers, which we do, then the number won't go down overall. Perhaps the number of workers will remain the same, because we need them. But maybe the number of families will be cut. People coming here because their mums and dads live here. They're going to do a Trump. Separate families just to give the dingalings something to cheer about. And so Johnson and Home Secretary Priti Patel were understood to have agreed the framework of a new points-based system which will close the route for low-skilled migrants to come to the UK, which can only mean that low-skilled workers will be coming from somewhere else. And somewhere poorer than here. Which country is it going to be? Place your bets. It seems to me that rather than objecting to them coming to do the jobs that we don't want to do, we should be taking this opportunity to train our own people to do more skilled jobs. I mean, the alternative is to get our own people to do those unskilled jobs. But why would they want to leave a good job for a bad one? Those jobs are going to have to get done, or this country falls flat on its face. I mean, if unemployment is low, which it is, and a historic low amount of unemployed, and immigrants are doing unskilled jobs, as they apparently are, then that implies that our workers are doing more skilled jobs, doesn't it? So, we should be grateful. Let's get the immigrants to do those unskilled jobs, and British workers can train to be their managers, for instance. Home Office analysis of the proposals suggests they will cut the number of migrants arriving from the EU each year by 90,000, all of them supposedly low-skilled. So, we're going to have to fill 90,000 unskilled jobs. How are we going to do that? This new points-based system, to be introduced on January the 1st next year, is going to apply whether migrants are coming from the EU or the rest of the world. And ministers are then going to spend next year considering possible refinements, such as awarding extra points for younger workers and those planning to work outside London. I bet they'll refine it into the waste bin. I mean, how many points do I get for predicting that all of this is going to be quietly binned? No announcement, just a general fade-out. You know, a fudge of the numbers, the assertion that it's all going very well, and no one's going to notice the difference. And ministers say that the earnings threshold will mean an increase in the number of skilled migrants moving to the UK. But they say that this will be offset by a fall in the number of low-skilled workers coming here. So think about that for a second. We're going to have fewer unskilled workers and more skilled workers. So our future is to do the unskilled jobs, while the immigrants do the skilled jobs and become our managers. What a glorious future awaits, eh? Right up until the point when a robot terminates all of our jobs.
Affirmative.
Absolute tosh.
0345 6060 973. Let's have Barrow in Furness. Hello, Stuart.
Oh, hello.
Stuart.
Hello. Now then. These Banksies that you were talking about earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Ballpoint pen, redhead girl on paper.
What?
It's an artist called Vivian something or other, and he draws with a ballpoint pen.
Oh, yeah.
And he did a drawing. It took him about 30 hours, and it looks like a photograph.
Yeah.
It's absolutely outstanding.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure about those. I mean, I wouldn't call them art. It's a skill, but I wouldn't call it art. To reproduce a photograph with, in another medium is just robot copying. I wouldn't call it art, really. It's a skill. And it's an impressive skill, right enough. If you can make a drawing or a painting look like a photograph, that is an impressive skill. But it is a skill. It's not art, in my opinion.
Well, I don't know.
Well, I do know. So you're very lucky you called.
My ex-wife used to go to the wallpaper shop and get those stencils and stencil on the walls, to decorate.
Did she?
Well, it's just what Banksy does, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that, yeah. I mean, he didn't go to the shop and get the stencils. He makes the stencils himself, or he has one of his minions do it, I expect.
How do you know that?
Well, I don't know that. I said I expect. I mean, when you're earning hundreds of millions of pounds a year, then artists don't tend to do their own work. They have the idea, and then they get their teams to do it for them. And that's perfectly reasonable, I suppose. And it's been like that all through history. I mean, you go to the National Gallery or someplace like that, and you'll see some painting that's 20 foot across, and it's got 100 people in it. The artist whose name's on the picture, he didn't do it all. He might have done a couple of faces, but he had his people do the background and, the bodies and all the rest of it.
Well, Da Vinci used to just sit there and drink tea and, well...
Is that right?
Something similar, and they had all his students doing all his
He sat there and drank tea. I had no idea.
Well, so my grandma said she knew him,
Oh, no doubt.
So she said. Now then, Nick, before I go, I've noticed that you say, I've got to go before you terminate a call.
Yes.
But you don't go anywhere.
No, that's true, yeah. They have to go, be more accurate.
They have to go, yeah.
Hey, Stuart,
so,
you have to go.
Thank you.
All right, ta-da. 0345 6060 973. Well, he did ask for it.
Bye-bye.
Monica says, I'm puzzled. If you were asleep, how did you know that you swallowed a spider or a cockroach or whatever it was? Sounds like a bad dream to me. Bad dream, it was a nightmare. But I did actually swallow it because it jolted me awake. And the second that I came awake, I thought, I've just inhaled a foreign body. Precisely. Which has caused me to become very, very ill. Have I mentioned that I'm ill?
Stop whining.
Graham says, Nick, you're making so much sense. Well, I'm not sure that speaks positively about you, Graham. He says it's beyond farcical. The UK is in a right state, soon to be the 51st state, as in of the USA. Well, I'm afraid it's worse than that, Graham, because being a state of the USA comes with benefits, but we ain't got no benefits. We have no say in where we're going anymore. We're just being blown about, like on the stormy wind.
I know a lot about wind. I know a lot about wind.
Yeah, I bet you do. It comes from eating your breakfast, lunch and dinner out of a bucket. Marylebone. Hello, Jonathan.
Hello.
Jonathan.
How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
I was just going to say, when you were talking earlier about the when you went to look at some art.
Oh yeah.
You said that when you got there, it was all tourists that were there.
It does tend to be tourists in galleries, yeah, because they are the top reasons that people come to this country. Don't believe a word about people telling you that they come here because of the blooming Queen. It's got nothing to do with her.
I don't believe that. No, you're right. But what I was going to make the point was, I grew up in London. I've lived in London most of my life, and I rarely ever go to any art galleries apart from my daughter. I know, except for my daughter takes me there occasionally. She drags me along, and I love it. But guess what? When I went on a holiday to Copenhagen,
you can't get enough of them.
Oh, every day, about 3 a day. I was in and out.
That comes with living in London. You know, people. I can remember in my youth when I used to be, of an age when I could go out, or I was interested in going out a lot. I get time out every week, and it'd be 83,000 different things that would be on every single day in London, and all I would use time out for was to see what was on TV that night. you don't bother because it's always going to be there, right? Until it isn't.
That's what it's like living in London, I believe.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. But when you go on holiday, then you go out there and you think, oh, let me go and get gallery.
You only got a couple of days, so you better cram it all in. That's precisely it. Well, Jonathan, you may only have a couple of days. You never know.
Well, I probably only do.
So cram it all in now. But don't forget your Mad Bat mask.
I will.
I bet the galleries are absolutely deserted, because I know the restaurants are. Like I said at the beginning of the show, I walked past a load of them to come here, and they're normally crammed, regardless of what the weather is. They've got seats outside, and they've got the outside heating thing on. They cover the area in plastic, and everybody's sitting in there and having a wild time. But there's nobody there. Last couple of days, it's deserted out there because of the Mad Bat disease. Yeah.
That is insane, because that's the music.
That's the music, yeah.
All right.
Which means your time is...
Chat to you, mate. I'm a big fan, man.
All right. Thanks. James texts, Storm Dennis is well kicking off in Sevenoaks. Roger, my cat, is cosy in bed, safe from the wind. You don't let your cat get in bed, do you? Oh. Kate says, if you go to Matt's Gallery, there's a show on there that might appeal to your particular sense of humour. Matt's Gallery. I'm unfamiliar with it, but I'm sure it's excellent in every regard. And Morris says, my brother has just finished building a 6-foot replica of the Eiffel Tower out of matchsticks. I suppose you'll be saying that that's not art either. Well, it sounds more like a fire risk. But what do I know? Here is Holt Whistle. Mark.
Hello, Nick.
Mark.
Can I ask a really stupid question about Banksy?
I expect so.
How does one bloke in the middle of the night creeping around the streets make the money out of it?
My guess is prints of his cartoons.
How does the money actually get to him? It's like me creeping about in the middle of the night now, painting on people's walls, and then the money just magically appears in the house.
Yeah.
I mean...
it's like a miracle. Well, I think he's got a gallery, doesn't he? He must have a gallery, and he'll just do smaller versions of the things that he sticks on, or has his people put on walls, and they sell them as prints.
Has he got people, or is it just
got no end of people, Mark?
Is it just a Banksy, or are they all just clones? I've got no idea.
No, well, you, me, nor anybody else.
Can I just say one more thing before I go?
Okay, then.
I've been homing this one all week.
Yes.
It's I know a lot about wind. I know a lot about wind.
All right. Thanks a lot, Mark. 0345 6060 973. It was almost like he was in the room, wasn't it?
No.
Not really. Jim says, regarding the insect up your nose problem, you need to wrap a wet towel around your head and get one of those bug extraction tools like Arnie in Total Recall. It's the only way. That sounds like a good idea, doesn't it?
Negative.
No. It's a no from me. Well, it didn't take very long, did it? He's only had his fat little knees under the table for, a couple of months now, and the sleaze watchdog is already probing our Prime Minister. The sleaze watchdog's on his tail. Set to probe the mystery donor behind Boris Johnson's freebie Caribbean holiday, after absolutely nobody said that they paid for it. Well, somebody did. There seems to be a pushback by people who consider themselves to be right-wing. Everybody's got into one camp or the other now. You're either right-wing and you believe that everything that right-wing people believe in, climate change is fake news, anybody that disagrees with Donald Trump or Boris Johnson is fake news or a traitor. Brexit is good, regardless of the consequences. All of these things. And if you're left-wing, you believe in the opposite of everything that I just said. And there's no meeting in the middle at all. It's like everybody's picked sides. You're either in the red camp or the blue camp. And I think that the people in the blue camp, they are going to start throwing out the idea that this, the sleaze watchdog probing Boris Johnson's freebie holiday, that is fake news. Nothing to see here. Please move along. We're all in Donald Trump's world now, and just as honest as he is.
I'm a person that wants to tell the truth. I'm an honest person.
He lied. So the Prime Minister declared a £15,000 benefit for his New Year's stay on Mustique, wherever that is. He went there with his current girlfriend, Carrie Simmons. But nobody has admitted in giving that gift. And also the £15,000 part seems slightly suspicious. I mean, it's a nice round figure, ain't it? Under parliamentary rules, MPs must identify the people that have done them financial favours. And this is very important, unless you're a right-winger, and then in which case you've decided that it is not very important. Nothing to see here. Please move along. I mean, the amount of people that comment on this story, because in times of extreme boredom or just curiosity, I do look at the comment section underneath the stories in the newspapers, and the amount of people piling on saying this is there's no story here. Let Boris Johnson have his holiday. What's wrong with him accepting the favours of whoever it might be? Well, there's plenty wrong about it. People are actually saying that it's there's nothing to see here because we, the taxpayer, didn't pay for it. And what difference does it make where he got it from? How can you... Honestly, people are able to vote who think that. People are able to reproduce who think that. I'll restate my case. There should be some sort of test, like a comprehension test, maybe an oral exam, followed by, a test to see whether you can jump over a certain height of pole before you're allowed to reproduce or vote. That's not a controversial thing to say, is it?
No.
Of course not. That just makes sense. So the Prime Minister declared a £15,000 benefit for his luxury New Year's stay on Mustique, which sounds like somewhere that, the Jaggers would go. And under parliamentary rules... But MPs must identify people that have done them financial favours for very, very good reasons, obviously. And Boris Johnson named a business person for providing the gift. But the business person said, oh no, I didn't. Curiouser and curiouser. Who could have predicted that Boris Johnson would get enmeshed in shenanigans like this, apart from anybody that had ever heard of Boris Johnson? So this business person said, it weren't me, I ain't done nothing. And then the Daily Mail, excellent work from the Daily Mail, they tracked down the owners of this villa that Boris Johnson stayed at. Hard to believe that any house anywhere could be worth 15 grand a week, for crying out loud. I mean, how's that even possible? What's it made of? Gold? Can you eat it? They tracked them down, and they said, the owners of this villa said they received the money, but they didn't say who it's from. Well, they're under no obligation to do that. It's the obligation of our Prime Minister to tell us who he got these favours from. And up to this point, I don't believe that he has. You'd think it would be perfectly simple. I mean, how can you not know who gave you a 15 grand villa for a week? What, is he unsure? Is he forgotten? There's just so many people that give him 15 grand villas for a week, he can't remember which one it is. Don't you think that's weird? Catherine Stone, the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards. Standards? What a job, eh? She's the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards. It's a part-time job. Was ready to launch an investigation, apparently, and to formally request information from Boris Johnson and the business person who's said to have facilitated this gift. Formally request information. Why is she having to formally request information? Why isn't the Prime Minister of the country voluntarily giving up this information? I mean, doesn't it rather look like he's got something to hide? Even if he doesn't have something to hide, it's the optics, Boris. It looks like you've got something to hide. If it's judged to be a misleading entry, this £15,000 benefit that Boris Johnson put in the book, if it's judged to be a misleading entry in the register, Mr. Johnson could face sanctions, such as being chastised. And if that doesn't work, he'll be admonished. And if that doesn't work, he'll be sanctioned. That'll teach him. That's about it. Honestly, that's it. I mean, the actual punishments, even if the donor of the villa is the main contractor for HS2, and that's why Bozo okayed the rail line. Even in that event, all he'll have to do is give a public apology and be made to repay the money. Even if it's the most crooked thing that anyone has ever done. All he's got to do is say sorry and pay for his own blooming holiday.
Oh, fabulous.
Standards? What standards? That is the majesty of the law in action, that is. Boris Johnson's 55. His current girlfriend, Carrie Symonds, is 31. How come nobody calls her a toy girl? Because if it was the other way around, it would be a toy boy. Sexist, isn't it? Because he's 55 and she's 31. That's perfectly normal, and no comment need be made. Old, doughy bloke and gorgeous younger woman, that's perfectly reasonable in the great scheme of things. But if it was the other way around, then the 31-year-old would be a toy boy. Don't you think that's weird? Anyway, Johnson, 55, and his current toy girl, Carrie Symonds, 31, spent 10 days relaxing at Indigo, a 3-bedroom villa nestled in the hillside of the Caribbean island. Free to those that can afford it, very expensive to those that can't. And you can't just swan about on private planes and staying in fabulous villas and eating and drinking for free, Boris. You're not royalty. And this house comes at, in the New Year season, which is when he went, of course, which would be the high season, I would imagine. People, like millionaires, crawling over each other to try and secure the best villa. This place, which comes with its own chef and housekeeper and gardener, for a 10-day stay, would have cost £29,500. £29,500 for a 10-day holiday. Can you imagine that? Well, further, can you imagine if Jeremy Corbyn had got caught doing that? I mean, it would have been front-page news in the right-wing press for weeks. But as it's a Conservative, it's all perfectly fine. Small piece on page 28. Nothing to see here. Please move along.
This is...
Jason tweets, if I make loads of prints of Banksy and take it to the market tomorrow, will I get rich? Well, you may get jailed. Think about that. Chris and the North Somerset Wildlife Team texts, it's an arachnid, not an insect. Oh, God, not this again. Sorry to hear about the spider up your nose. We often count spiders in the autumn when they are mostly at their largest. Mostly. Depending on the species, of course. If we can help ID it for you, please let us know. But please remove it from your person first. I'll coax it out with a bit of bread. He says we're supposed to be counting thrushes in the morning, but I think they've all got blown up north. What do you want to count thrushes for? Seems like a pointless exercise to me, but what do I know? Jimmy says, can you please confirm that my messages reach you? No, Jimmy, I cannot. He says, you haven't read any of my 15,278 messages that I've sent you. Either I make no sense anymore, or you've changed your producer, and obviously he doesn't know humour. Do you know humour?
No.
No. Rob tweets, I had a dream last night that I was awake, but when I woke up, I found myself asleep. Oh, listeners with material.
Oh, no.
Let's have Atlanta, Georgia. Graham.
Nick, have they been cleaning the carpets again? You sound terrible.
Yeah, thanks.
But anyway, now a month ago I told you about Kentucky Fried Chicken and their logs they were making.
Logs that smell like chicken when you burn them.
Yeah. Well, now...
Why would anybody want that?
Well, here's something somebody really is going to die on.
Worse.
Now,
okay.
the Croc Shoe Company is making footwear Crocs, the rubber Crocs, that look like Kentucky Fried Chicken and smell like Kentucky Fried Chicken.
No, I don't believe you.
I know you don't believe me.
I believe the part about the logs, where you burn logs and they release the aroma of chicken. But no, I don't believe you that the shoes smell like chicken.
I saw it yesterday on a channel I won't mention.
Well,
but it was
which one was it? Why would a TV channel be embarrassing?
I don't want to disturb your sensibility.
Was it the Playboy channel?
Disgusting.
By any chance?
Yeah. Because there was a bone on the shoe.
There's a bone on the shoe. I don't get that.
Never mind.
Crocs. They're the
rubber shoes.
Yeah, they're made of rubber. Yeah, which is not. I don't know. My feet are sweating just thinking about it.
They're very comfortable. And they make several different kinds. But anyway, now they're making them out of to look like Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Right. I don't even know what that means. What, red and white stripe?
Well, I guess you'll have to get on the World Wide
Yeah, well, I'm absolutely not going to do that.
Okay.
Hey, Graham, what's the weather like in Atlanta right now?
It was cooler today. It was 48 yesterday, and the day before was about 60.
60?
But last week, there was snow on my property in what they affectionately call the North Georgia mountains.
Blimey, it's up and down. You've got no idea. Is it winter? Is it spring? Is it summer? You've got no clue.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, it's nuts. It really is.
Yeah, but don't worry about it. It's not climate change because
At my place,
it's just weather.
75.
Just pay attention to what Donald Trump says because he's a very smart person.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Yeah, if he says there's no such thing as climate change, then you better believe it. Or you'll find yourself in jail, I would expect.
Am I still on?
Yeah, no. You left a good long while ago, but thanks a lot, Graham. 0345 6060 973. You know, one thing I was going to talk about, it seems like this show's just slipping through my fingers. It's probably because I'm very, very ill. Have I mentioned that I'm very, very ill?
Stop whining.
One of the things I was going to mention that came out, it was just story after story after story, all along the same lines, was that, I hate to bring up the H name here, but Donald Trump is Hitler.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
They're just story after story after story, suggesting that, I'm not saying that Donald Trump is Hitler, but he's using the Hitler playbook with great success. And the first thing that alerted me not the first thing, but the sort of the story that kicked this off over the last week or so was Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin is an actor.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and therefore his opinion means nothing. It was one of the few occupations which means that you're not allowed to have an opinion on anything, bizarrely. That is the people have decided that is the case. Alec Baldwin compared Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler on Twitter. He warned the public to wake up before the president's fascist thinking becomes the new normal. Well, I hate to break the news to you, Alec, but you're too late. Donald Trump has become normalised. I mean, if Donald Trump parachuted in now and started doing the things he is doing now, you would have thought, what on earth is going on? Lock this man up. But he's crept up on us. And people just excuse every tiny little thing he does. Oh, that's just Donald Trump, they say. It is the new normal. This is why politicians all over the world are looking at him and thinking, hey, you know what? I don't need to learn anything anymore. We don't need to tell the truth. We don't need to do any of the old things that we required. You don't need to bone up on your subject or anything like that. Just say any old crazy thing that flits across your mind, and you say it enough times and people will believe it. Now that we're all divided into the right-wing or the left-wing camp, if you are a right-wing leader, then it doesn't matter how unhinged you are. Your cultists will believe you. You know, the dinglings. Those people. So Alec Baldwin compared Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler. And saying that, everybody should wake up before the president's fascist thinking becomes the new normal. And what was followed was the actual new normal, which was thousands of people piling on to tell him to shut up because he's an actor. Because apparently you're allowed to express your opinion if you're a plumber, or an accountant, or a labourer, or an IT consultant, or a hairdresser, or a shoe polisher, or an undertaker, or you're unemployed. But not if you're an actor. Those are the rules. So Alec Baldwin, the actor, ripped into the president just a week after Trump was acquitted in his impeachment trial in the Senate. You know, that phony trial that they had in America. It's the only trial in history where they wouldn't accept any evidence or witnesses. They'd made their mind up ahead of time, and that was that. Baldwin tweeted, "It's official, the United States government is as lawless as the malignant dictatorships we've hated in our foreign policy since World War II. He said that Trump espouses fascist ideals and warned that Americans are slowly normalising his extremist ideas. It was not slowly, it's happened all of a sudden. Almost like overnight, it seems. Trump's normal now. All those demented things that he says is whites' power rallies, those safe space get-togethers that he has whenever he wants to be hugged by the red hat people. And this is not the first time that anybody has said this, with very good reason. Alec Baldwin drew parallels between Trump and Hitler, saying that the Republican-controlled Senate is behaving in a similar way to the Nazi regime. You wonder how Hitler took control of a once great country. He said, for those too young to recall, simply watch how the Republican Party behaves. He says there's snivelling fealty and lack of courage, and you begin to get it. And the reason that his name is twinned with Adolf Hitler is, it goes back to an article, it goes back to his divorce proceedings from, I can't remember which wife it was, one of them, who said that Donald Trump used to keep a book of Adolf Hitler's speeches by his bedside table. And a lot of what he says and does is right out of Adolf Hitler's playbook. I'm not saying that he's responsible for killing millions of people or is likely to do that. But you don't have to do that to be identified as a fascist. What's really alarming is that this country is crawling across the carpet begging for a huge and tremendous favour from a man like that, who has shown himself to be completely unreliable. What position we've got ourselves in, eh? Still, what could possibly go wrong? Alec Baldwin blasted Trump supporters for what he described as the colossal destruction of everything that matters in the USA. He says the desecration of those ideals and the near-normal collapse of this country, or the near-moral collapse of this country falls squarely in the lap of Trump supporters. He says it's not Trump's fault, it's Trump supporters' fault. I mean, Donald Trump could just be that crazy guy off the telly. You know, the bloke who pretends to be a business success on TV. But he's not. Because of Trump's supporters, the cultists. And I think it seems to be infecting politics all over the world. Because it just looks so easy. I mean, the Republican Party used to be the party of fiscal responsibility. They didn't want to spend a cent on anything that wasn't tax cuts for millionaires. And now they're the party that's throwing billions and billions of dollars on a stupid wall that won't work. They just seem to be, chucking money around like a drunken sailor because it don't matter no more because they're in power. He says it's Trump voters, particularly those who would re-elect him, bear the blame for the undeniable and colossal destruction of everything that matters to us as Americans that cannot be merely monetized. It's all about the money, honey. Of course it is. And so I looked it up, and there's this excellent article from last year, back end of last year. The top 20 ways that Donald Trump is like Hitler. Aren't you curious? It's a book by one of America's foremost civil liberties lawyers, who describes how the mob is swayed by people who espouse these ideas. Hitler wasn't the only one. It's not the first time it's ever been tried, but it's pretty blooming successful. You want to know how to take over a country? Here's the top 20 ways to, you maybe want to write this down. Just select the country of your choice and barge in there and tell them, no, you're doing it all wrong. I mean, we used to do that for a living. We used to set sail for some country on the other side of the map and arrive there saying, no, this is all wrong. And we'd deal with anybody that disagreed with great vengeance. We'd take all their stuff and teach them cricket. That's what this country used to do for a living. Before we became a money laundering racket.
Getting off the air. I think you're having a breakdown.
Yes, but maybe this is what a breakdown feels like. I'm very, very ill. Have I mentioned that?
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Right, so top 20 ways in which Donald Trump emulates Adolf Hitler. Not the late Adolf Hitler, the early Adolf Hitler. The way in which he assumed power. See, that's the important part. It's not the, the Holocaust, nothing like that. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the way in which he assumed power. And there's a book called When at Times the Mob is Swayed. A Citizen's Guide to Defending Our Republic by Bert Newborn, who is a legal expert. He's been part of more than 200 Supreme Court cases, a 55-year career. And became the American Civil Liberties Union's National Legal Director in the 1980s under Ronald Reagan, and so on and so on. Right, top 20 ways, and this is a bit chilling. Right, top 20 ways. Neither was elected by a majority. These are comparisons between the early Hitler and Donald Trump. They are both minority leaders. Trump lost the popular vote by almost 3 million votes, receiving votes by 25% of all eligible American voters. Isn't that incredible? 25% is what he won, and that's a winning figure now. And that's about the same percentage as the German electorate turned to the Nazi Party in 1932 to 33. Once installed as a minority chancellor, Hitler set about demonizing his political opponents. Ring any bells? And nobody, not the vaunted, intellectually brilliant German judiciary, not the respected, well-trained German police, not the revered, aristocratic German military, not the widely admired, efficient German government bureaucracy, not the wealthy, the immensely powerful leaders of the German industry, not the powerful centre-right political leaders of the Reichstag, no one mounted an effort to stop him. And it seems that nobody did in America with Donald Trump. The right wing immediately rolled over on its back and wanted him to tickle their tummy. That's number one. Number two, both found direct communication channels to their base. Hitler gave out radios with one channel, tuned to Hitler's voice, bypassing Germany's media. Trump does it with Twitter. Both blame others and divide on racial lines. Hitler used his single-frequency radios to wax hysterical to his adoring base about his pathological religious fantasies, glorifying Aryans and demonizing Jews. Trump's tweets and public statements are about black-led demonstrations against police violence, white-led racist mob violence, threats posed by undocumented aliens, immigration policy generally, protests by black and white professional athletes, hate speech, even response to hurricane damage in Puerto Rico. Again and again and again, Trump uses racially tinged messages calculated to divide whites from people of colour. Direct to them over Twitter, and demonising the mainstream media, MSM, very successfully. There's a vast number of people who refuse to believe anything that they hear or see on the news, preferring just to take their information from Donald Trump's Twitter feed. It's incredible how successful that's been. So Hitler did it by handing out radios with only one channel, and Donald Trump has done it by like carpet bombing the world with his blooming Twitter feed. Both relentlessly demonise opponents. Hitler's radio harangues demonised his domestic political opponents, called them parasites, criminals, cockroaches and leftist scum. And Donald Trump does the blooming same. Hitler went on about his country being infested with dangerous aliens of colour. Trump fantasises about jailing his political opponents. Hillary Clinton calls Mexicans rapists, refers to bleep hole countries, degrades anyone who disagrees with him. Traitors. Dreams of uprooting thousands of allegedly disloyal bureaucrats in the State Department and the Environmental Protection Agency and the FBI and the CIA. He calls them the deep state. He claims that they are sabotaging American greatness. Does Trump. They both, early Hitler and Donald Trump, unceasingly attack objective truth. Trump and Hitler maintained a relentless assault on the very idea of objective truth. It's alarming how similar they are. Fake news, anything that Donald Trump, that puts him in a bad light, is fake news, whether it's true or not. Alternative truth. Trump and Hitler maintained a relentless assault on the very idea of objective truth. Hitler coined the epithet Lügenpresse, literally lying press, as in fake news. They use the same phrases. Hitler attacked his opponents as spreading false information, just as Trump has attacked the so-called elites for disseminating false news. Alternative facts. Both of them relentlessly attack mainstream media. Trump's assaults on the media echo Hitler's. Trump repeatedly attacks the failing New York Times, leads crowds in chanting CNN sucks, and is personally hostile to most reporters. He stands there at his safe space rallies and points to them in the back. And in the crowd, boo! Boo! They say. I'm up to number 7. Their attacks on truth include science. Trump and Hitler intensified their assaults on objective truth by deriding scientific experts. Well, we've done that here. We're no longer interested in the opinion of experts, remember? I mean, Trump, his views on climate change. We don't need no experts. Donald Trump knows all about it. Believe him.
I know a lot about wind.
Yeah, believe him. What does science know? And the idea is for both of them to eviscerate the very idea of objective truth, turning everything into grist for a populist jury, subject to manipulation by a master puppeteer. Because you say anything you like about Donald Trump, but he's really good at what he does. Like a stand-up comedian, going through his show every week, or however many times he has those safe space rallies of his. And he's got tens of thousands of people at each event, and they're all in the palm of his hand, regardless of how long he drones on for. They're loving it. It's alarming. And in both Trump and Hitler's worlds, public opinion ultimately defines what is true and what is false. There is no such thing as true and false anymore. We're all about feelings now, baby. And their lies blur reality, and their supporters spread those lies. Trump's penchant for repeatedly lying about his behaviour can only succeed in a world where his supporters feel free to embrace Trump's alternative facts and treat his exaggerations as the gospel truth. Well, they either say that what he's saying is true, or they just dismiss it as, oh, that's just Donald Trump. Nobody knows more about science than me, he'll say. I mean, is that true? Of course not. But people ignore that. Oh, no, he's not lying. Oh, that's just Donald, they'll say. Thereby blurring reality. What is real anymore? Nobody has any idea. Well, let's wait to hear what Donald says. Then we'll know. Simultaneously launching bitter attacks on the mainstream press and embracing the so-called alt-right media, like Fox News, for instance. Hitler and Donald Trump, this is number 9, orchestrated mass rallies to show status. Yes, they did. Yes, he does. And they embrace extreme nationalism. Hitler's strident appeals to the base invoked an extreme version of German nationalism, extolling a brilliant German past and promising to restore Germany to its rightful place as a prominent nation. And Trump echoes Hitler's jingoistic appeal right down to the slogan, "Make America Great Again," which is a paraphrase of Hitler's promise to restore German greatness. They say the same things. Make America Great Again used to be Make Germany Great Again. Are we alarmed yet? Both make closing borders a centerpiece. Hitler barred Jews, Trump bars Muslims, and seekers of sanctuary from Central America. He wants to close the border.
I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall. I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall.
Both use borders to protect selected industries. Like Hitler, Trump seeks to use national borders to protect his favourite national interests, which should be alarming for us, because all of the things that America does, we do too. A trade deal between us and America might not necessarily be all that we hope it's going to be, because the industries that Trump has vowed to protect are the ones that we also do. Finance, machine making, chemicals, that kind of thing. We do them, they do them too. They cemented their rule by enriching elites. Hitler's version of fascism shifted immense power, both political and financial, to the leaders of Germany, or German industry rather. Trump has also presided over massive empowerment and enrichment of corporate America. The tax cut that was supposedly, in America, supposedly going to help the little people, not leprechauns, went to millionaires and billionaires, corporations. The vast majority of it. And they go on about trickle-down economics. Oh, we'll give, more money to millionaires, and the little people will benefit because it will all trickle down. No, it doesn't. That's not what happens at all. It either sits offshore in some sterile place that no company ever goes, in some empty building, would be their address for tax purposes. It sits on a computer screen there. Or corporations will use the money to buy back shares, which increases the value of the shares, which increases the value of their executive's bonus. That's exactly what happened. And both despise labour movements, unions. Trump don't like unions. Hitler didn't like unions. Both rejected international norms. We're up to number 15 of 20. Like Hitler, Trump is deeply hostile to multinational cooperation, withdrawing from the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the Paris Agreement on climate change, the nuclear agreement with Iran, threatening to withdraw from the North American Free Trade Agreement, abandoning the Kurdish allies in Syria, shameful, and even going so far as to question the value of NATO. Early Hitler and Donald Trump attacked domestic democratic processes. Hitler attacked the legitimacy of democracy itself, purging the voting rolls, challenging the integrity of the electoral process, questioning the ability of the democratic government to solve Germany's problems. Trump does that too. Also attacked the democratic process. Trump said he was not going to agree to be banned by the outcome of the 2016 elections when he thought he might lose. Do you remember? He was banging on about it's fixed, it's rigged. When he thought he was going to lose, He wanted his supporters to dismiss the result of the election. I mean, you think he was bad then? Just wait. Next November. Donald Trump supported a massive purge in the voting rolls, allegedly designed to avoid a non-existent fraud. You know, this, you must show photo ID when you vote, which discloses a large number of poor people who would most likely be voting Democrat. Just rigging it, basically. Just fixing the election before it's even happened. Both attacked the judiciary and rule of law. Hitler politicized and eventually destroyed the German justice system. Trump also seeks to turn the American justice system into his personal playground. He's telling judges what decisions to come to in cases with, some of his close personal friends. Is anybody that has had anything to do with Donald Trump are they either not in jail or not on trial? Both glorify the military and demand loyalty oaths. Like Hitler, Trump glorifies the military, staffing his administrations with layers of retired generals who were eventually fired or resigned, couldn't take it anymore, and relaxed control over the use of lethal force by the military, said they can use landmines now. Why? Who's demanding that? He has demanded a massive increase in military spending, the Space Force being one of them. They proclaim unchecked power. This is number 19 of 20. Like Hitler, Trump claims the power to overrule Congress and govern all by himself. I can do anything. He keeps saying that. The Constitution says I can do anything. He keeps saying that. Hitler used the pretext of the Reichstag fire to declare a national emergency and seize the power to govern unilaterally. When Congress refused to give Trump funds for his border wall, even after he threw a tantrum and shut down the government, Trump, like Hitler, declared a phony national emergency and claimed the power to ignore Congress. And finally, both relegate women to subordinate roles. Hitler propounded a misogynistic, stereotypical view of women, valuing them exclusively as wives and mothers, while excluding them from full participation in German political and economic life. Trump may be the most openly misogynistic figure ever to hold high office in the United States, treating women as sexual objects, using non-disclosure agreements, and violating campaign finance laws to shield his sexual misbehavior from public knowledge. Attacking women who come forward to accuse men of abusive behaviour, undermining reproductive freedom, and opposing efforts by women to achieve economic equality. Top 20 ways Donald Trump is like early Adolf Hitler. Completely correct in every respect. Still, I'm sure everything will work out fine. 0345. By the way, let me just say again that was from a book by a chap called Bert Newborn, who's had a 55-year career in American law. Began by challenging the constitutionality of the Vietnam War in the 60s, became the American Civil Liberties Union's national legal director in the 1980s, been part of more than 200 Supreme Court cases, and Holocaust reparation litigation. So he ain't no dope. Came in a little while ago. It says, listening to your show while driving back from Belgium, I'm one of those van drivers that you love. Will you please stop talking about spiders? It's making my skin crawl. Well, I just spent the last 10 minutes talking about Hitler, so you're welcome. Camden, hello, Claire.
Hi, Nick.
Claire.
I'd like to say something about two things, if I may.
Two things?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One is about the bonging.
The what?
The bonging.
The bonging? Bonging?
Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah. Which happened on the 31st of January.
31st of January.
Yeah.
It didn't.
Sorry?
It didn't. There was no bonging.
Well, people had been waiting for 40 or 60, some of them for 40 or 60 years to bong for once in their life.
Are you talking about leaving the European Union? People who are obsessed about bonging and leaving the European Union?
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
and maybe we could be charitable to them because they have been waiting for it, and in any case,
what difference does it make? Who cares? Apart from a few Dad's Army obsessives.
yeah. But can you imagine the pent up frustration if they hadn't bombed?
Well, imagine the pent-up frustration and what will occur in a year or 2 years' time when nothing has changed, when the the sunny uplands don't appear magically.
Yeah, but you can't say this to them now. You have to.
You won't be able to say it to them then either, because they will either refuse to believe you, it's all fake news, or things are even more wonderful than you could possibly imagine, regardless of their lives remaining exactly the same. And furthermore, if they do acknowledge any negative consequences, it'll still be the European Union's fault.
That's true, but you just can't say it to them. They won't accept it.
No, of course not, because we're all in camps now, and we're all on send. We're not on receive. We're all on send. We've made our minds up about absolutely everything, based on no information of any kind whatsoever, and we refuse to countenance any contrary opinion.
Yeah, sadly. And the other thing I'd like to say is about too many people in authority are swearing by the people. Everything is in the name of the people.
Yeah, well, this is what is alarming me about what Donald Trump is doing, because we seem to be following along. Politicians have seen what Donald Trump has done. Previous to Donald Trump, nobody thought that anybody could get away with it. Not on a massive scale like that. But Donald Trump did it, and he appears to be a complete dope. And if he can do it, anybody can do it. I mean, Boris Johnson's a pretty smart fella. So he thought, well, all I have to do is, just not to the extremes, but, follow pretty much what Donald Trump does. Attack the mainstream media, which he's done already. He's barely got his knees underneath the desk, and he's already started to do that. Don't believe them. Only believe the word of the dear leader. I mean, he's done exactly what Donald Trump has done, because he's hiring people who can produce videos, who can, like TV people, so that they don't have to use the mainstream media in order to get their message out. They can send it directly to the people. He's doing exactly what Donald Trump's done. This is why it's alarming, and people should really wake up, because if we're doing what Donald Trump's doing, and Donald Trump is doing what a young Hitler was doing, then we're in a pretty desperate state, ain't we?
Yeah.
But people are just sleepwalking into this.
And this is exactly what I mean, because
that's what I mean.
Yeah, also, and because the distance between swearing by the people and the state of the status quo, which starts with F and ends in ism, is very short.
Yeah, and we're not talking about fanaticism. Well, actually, we are talking about fanaticism.
No.
But we're also talking about fascism. Yeah.
Yes.
That's right. All that government of the people stuff. That really freaks me out. I wish he'd stop saying it, government of the people. Anyway, Claire, I'm sure everything is going to be just fine. Don't worry about it.
and because too many people in authority are saying this more and more, people at the lower levels of society are repeating it.
Yeah, but that's right. That's the beauty of reaching the people directly, is because they don't have to countenance any contrary information. They don't have to read a journalist's opinion of what they're saying. They just get the message out directly to the people. If ever Boris Johnson starts sending out plastic radios turned to only one channel, Claire, be afraid. Be very afraid. Cheer up, dear. It might not have. Oh, no, that's right. It already has. All right, I've got to go. Thanks a lot. Cheers, my dear. 0344. No, I'm giving the number out because I'm off. Wipe up some of these messages. Jack's tweets, who holds the ladder steady for Banksy while he's painting up the side of a house? I don't know. Leave it with me, I'll find out for you, Jack. It's a full report on your desk first thing in the morning. Lara tweets, Canaletto wasn't the master of chiaroscuro. I never said he was. Canaletto? Lara says, Canaletto painted sunny landscapes of Venetian canals. Yeah, that's right. I know. You meant Caravaggio. Well, isn't that what we were talking about? Wind the tape back, see if it was Caravaggio or Canaletto. I am certain about one thing. Nobody cares. And Ant texts, not that one, another one, presumably. I travelled from Manchester up to Glasgow for a short break this week. It snowed when I arrived on Wednesday, rained on Thursday. I guess I shouldn't have been surprised after listening to your weekly weather forecast. Yeah, it'll be raining tomorrow, and raining the next day, and raining the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that, and the week after that, and every month of every year for the rest of your lives in Glasgow. Still, never mind. It's only weather.